Hello everyone, this is Connor, back with more Islanders New Shores. I'm just testing out the chromatic aberration filter here on my latest island. Honestly, glad that I did not record this one. It was not a good island. I had the cliff house type of island, cliff house style, and as you can see I got quite a few cliff houses. It's a common building, and many of these were placed for very low scores. I did my best, but cliff houses are just not a building that I've solved yet. They might just be a bad building. I'm not totally confident enough to make that call, but they definitely were not good in this case. Some good things they did boost my my fortune teller by give or take 50 points. It could detect a lot around here. They were good for these circuses that otherwise would have been quite bad. There's also some good shamans in here, like there's one here as well. Shaman is not a building that I'm concerned about getting a good score from. I mean, I had an almost 100-point shaman over here because I did have a blossom boon. Most of the trees that I blossomed have since been killed, but I did have some good stuff over here. I made some clever usage of these structures in order to boost my hermitage, and my monument was not hurt by that, but overall just kind of a low performing island. Didn't get very many wall plateaus. Didn't have a lot of good spots to put terraces. This one was good. This one was mediocre. And then there was like nowhere to put plateaus by the time that I got those two. You'll see there's one plateau in here. This is a side of it, and that was a good plateau. This one was fine, but I did get this triple city center cluster here, which is kind of cool to see, and had some good scores around it. These kind of random buildings you might see interspersed around were to boost the guild hall. There's two of them tucked in here. If you haven't seen the guild hall before, it scores 12 points on every single building, but then it loses 10 points for every further instance of the same building. So one house, one mansion, that's 12 points each, 24. Once you put a second mansion, that's a minus 10. Second house is minus 10. So you have to place them pretty early, I think, or sort of customize a space for them. And both of these were over 100 points. It's a fine building. It scores pretty well. I do have one sealed boon. I don't remember if I came into this island with that, or I think I got it from a boon pack. And I have 3 rerolls remaining. I had to reroll 1 boon when I got offered 2. Terrible options, but I have 3 remaining, so I'm hoping to get a ley line on my next island. If I do so, I'll definitely be cracking this open, but let's see what the next island is. I think the last island I recorded wore me down a bit. By the end of it, I was maybe in a worse mood, and I made some mistakes that impacted my play, so I hope that that doesn't come through too much in the video. If you haven't seen the video or didn't notice, then obviously no worries, but I'm going to approach this next island with a little more of a generous spirit, we'll say, a little more kindness with myself, and whenever I tire of playing it, I'll just take a break. I won't sort of push myself to keep going, even though I am eager to see what my score is going to be. Goodbye, mediocre island. Let's see how mediocre the between island points are. Yeah, 105%. I'm looking for more like 150. That's not what I was hoping for, but I did the best I could given the constraints I was given. This isn't terrible. Again, I'm looking for a ley line. I'm looking for some kind of island boost. I don't just want a good boon. Nope. Okay, well, 2 more rerolls. Tundra and Blossom have a little incompatibility, but would be fine. Haha, there we go. Leyline and Verdure is fine. I'll just take the Leyline, because this is the equivalent of 4, possibly 5 extra boons, which is worth a lot. Okay, welcome to the next 3 to 5 hours of my life. This is kind of cool. I like all these different towering structures. There's a lot of flat ground. There's already a good tree cluster over here, which is appealing. Looking at fishing spots, there's a bunch out here. Might be too far away to be worth utilizing, depending on the shape of my city. This placement is pretty good, actually. I've seen worse. I mean, it's not ideal. This edge here is a little close, but I do have some space around here and around here, so I can build around these, and then it'll be easy enough to get over top of the stone. Because I'm really going to try and be boon maxing. Also, we have 8 boons on the wheel, as before. Not a ton of flowers in general, a couple little clusters here. I think the flower variance between islands is much lower in New Shores. In the first game, you could have some islands that were just covered in flowers if you high rolled. So let's see what our sealed boon is going to give us. Precious, okay. I think Precious is effectively 100 to 150 points, so good boon to get. And I would probably like to Verger max. I do wonder, this is an interesting thought actually, because you always get 3 buildings for your first unlock, I wonder if it's actually better to take this second, and then even though you're not guaranteed to get more Verger in the next unlock, you could. It's probably lower amounts of Verger on average though. Okay, so let's think about the lifetime and scope of this island. So city is going to go around here. City is just the highest scoring thing, and I want to score the leyline rocks quite a bit. My nature could go out here, and if that's the case, I could spread this way. I run into these flowers, which is unideal. I could also spread this way. I'm noticing now that there's some more of this kind of lumpy terrain that may not be buildable. I can't check yet because of Verger, but yeah, you can see that red tree there. I guess because it's on stone, actually. Okay, well maybe some of that's buildable. Like once I start placing buildings, it might just clip through the green. These flowers here, easy enough to avoid. I say I just fill this area with trees and just try and get them really dense. Maybe even be really purposeful about where I'm allowing flowers to spawn. Because like if I do like this, I don't think I created... Yeah, I didn't create any flowers in the middle, just 2 on the outside. So maybe I can be really intentional about that and try not to create flowers that will hurt my other potential vergers. I can still place one like here. That's pretty good. But it will also create new flowers I need to worry about. Cool. Lumber is definitely worth more points collectively. Getting 2 seaweed farms earlier is more important, but I'm tempted to go to lumber, and I'm also tempted to lumber in a different area that I'm vergering, because usually the points that I lose on my parks by having all my lumber clumped up are starting to bother me more and more. I'm curious if there's a workaround for that. So I think I will take lumber. Happy to get a verger. 5 vergers will easily get me the points I need, so no need to commit to lumber yet. Notice that by getting a fishing spot, which is worth 4 points, you can get a higher value verger. So that's kind of fun. You can't kill flowers, sadly, but... Okay, so... in this case, I actually probably want to sink the flowers into the cluster as much as possible, because I can't place anything in that central area anyway. Like, it's already too surrounded by flowers. I also am just not able to get a good score if I do that. Wait, is there a... Oh, there's almost a spot here perfectly in the middle that doesn't tag any flowers. It's so close. That's heartbreaking. And I can't undo the one I just placed. Maybe something to think about for the future, though, is creating one like central spot with flowers all around it, but it does not yet have any flowers. This is very dense in a way that I appreciate. And 11 is good enough for me to place at this stage. It's not ideal, but it's pretty good. Okay, so back out to this cluster. This 12 does create flowers on the outside, but it also places a lot of trees right up in proximity. Like, this is just such a dense cluster of 34-ish trees. I appreciate that, and that's going to be valuable. No flowers in the middle, though. They're all around the exterior. So... oh, it becomes a 16 because I'm slipping 2 fish spots into the water. Am I losing a tree to do it, though? I don't think so. I guess I could get more trees if I placed a different orientation. It's a lot of trees. And saunas over here are going to go hard. Like, trees in general are just much more valuable than they were in the previous game, which I like. I like the additional complexity that the green spaces add, but I'm still learning how exactly to value them. It's my first time. My first high score run. Be patient with me. This is pretty good. It's a lot of points. Maybe a sauna will tag all the way back in there. Have to take city as early as possible just to get multiple shots at city center. We got a precious, okay. Precious counts trees too, fun fact. Trees and flowers, anything that could affect score activates precious. So now do I scrap that clump and just build like here? I mean, probably. This area has become so flower filled that I can't really build into it. I mean, I could maybe get 2 or 3 trees on the low ground by doing something like this. That's not sufficient for my purposes. There's 4 trees and a few flowers, also not great. Ooh. So this is 6 trees? Maybe 6 is good enough. Maybe it's just 5. Yeah, it's 5 trees. I mean, 5 trees feels like it's on the line. It feels like if I get a blossom, that's tremendous value. And it's pretty good value on like... yeah, I think 5 closer to the main clump is actually worth it. Because now I've just got kind of an absurd density of trees around here. I'm not placing that, obviously, don't worry. Not when I could instead place over here and tag the rocks. Because I need to always be thinking about every building I can scoring off with the rocks in order to unlock more sealed boons. So I'm tempted to take backsies that last verger I placed and maybe just place it over here. If my lumber is going to be over here, that's probably good play. If my lumber is instead just going to be like off-center here, like if I'm going to play lumber like this and then try and leave a big area in the middle for parks. Let's try splitting them. Let's try, because I got verger so early, because I got a verger boon early. I did not get a verger boon. I don't know why I said that. But anyway, because I got verger so early, let me try splitting this and seeing if I can create 2 valuable enough tree clumps. So then the question is, do I go like here and place a bunch of trees that will end up dying before the island's over? It is tempting because it utilizes the statue without actually filling any space. Like everything this places can be destroyed, so there's some value in that. So this clump of trees here is already 8 trees, versus over here is 9 trees. Versus up here, I'm getting 11. Maybe in a spot that I would rather leave for a better building, but maybe not. Maybe I guess the lumberjacks don't impact the temple. The sawmills do. Sawmills, or temples don't like sawmills. I'm gonna go out here just to get further away from everything to not have to worry about cross-contamination, missing up on space. Don't actually want to take space that could go to other buildings. Yeah, now I can get some 14-ish, 15-ish scores, which much lower than the like 30, 35s that I could get on the other side of the island, but perhaps the point difference will be made up by not losing a bunch of points on every park I place, or not having to be really particular about which parks I accept. No more verdure. Sad. Only one seaweed farm. Bad luck. Let's do a 21 and a 14. I'm actually gonna... No, this 21 needs to be somewhere in here, I guess. Maybe here. I'm trying to get these close to the edge so I can more easily water platform them. I don't want to kill a tree to do it, though. But yeah, maybe a water platform here will touch both of those. That could be fun. Now I need to do one of these. And given I'm going to be city centering in here, doesn't look like I'll be touching it no matter what. It doesn't matter as much. But I do already have all of this industry over here, so I'm thinking in terms of warehouses. Maybe I want to group up a little bit closer to that. Maybe I just want to take a placement like this because it'll make a lot of valuable double scoring space. Okay, unideal unlocks. But it is what it is. So where's my temple? My temple is going to... coming off of this wall or this wall would get me over, I guess, this spot here. Like just build a wall platform or a terrace there. So in that case, I could try and go underneath it, or I could just go a little further over. Starting to fill this. Now I could, I think having this further out is going to be a lot of total value. So I just need to place it far enough out that I can definitely get a wall platform. Which doesn't seem like it'll be an issue. That's a big space right there. Okay, so I need something else to boost these scores. These are not good enough for me to be satisfied placing them yet, but I have to place some to unlock more buildings, hence the struggle. Okay, glad that fits. I was a little concerned. And I can actually work this over a bit just to create a little more buildable space there. I'm not sure what I could do with it, maybe a wall or something, but... Wow. Okay. Double city center was not on my bingo card. So this scores the sacred stones. This scores them too for more points, and it's also just like a sick lighthouse spot in general. It's very thematic. Let's tank this now. Let's not be cowardly. Let's make the big swingy play. Because I can't really hold this effectively. There's kind of no way for me to continue placing buildings without placing this, so... Then I can start in on this energy. Okay, do I want to immediately crack this open to be one boon ahead? Or do I want to save it? It's early enough that if I get like a wall platform or a terrace or a blossom, that's going to be huge for my success on the island. If I get like a shrink building or something, it's not going to have very much impact. Not right now, at least. I think because I still have a reroll, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take just one. I'm not going to open any more. Okay, not ideal, also not bad. Because I do need more Verger, and if I can get 15 points from each of these, I can, I guess 17 and a half points from each of these, I can hold off on placing anything else, which would be cool. Probably not going to happen, but yeah, I would need to get a lot of water value. Find some like weird 17s in here, but 16 plus 16 doesn't quite get me there. Okay, good to have the Vergers though. It's useful. It's not what I was hoping for, but could have been a lot worse. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I'm concerned if I take this spot, I won't be able to place this L, which is going to get the city center. But I also don't have a different good mansion. I guess let's start thinking about plateau. So one plateau could maybe clip in here. If I place any further this way, it won't be able to. I could also probably place one here or here. There's a lot of good plateau space around here, actually. So maybe I don't want to block those, but maybe it's not super likely that I will. Could also do something like this. It's bad if I get neighborly, but otherwise it's just pretty good. I guess up here, I'm trading points later for points now. Because if I place it more like here or something, I'm much likelier to tag it with fissures. And fissures do matter. Fissures totally wedged up in here already pretty good. They're tagging all this for sure. So maybe I just take the 20 up here. This 20, sadly, is so far inland that I don't think it helps as much. Yeah, I wish I could place it like... Actually, this is pretty close to perfect. Okay. And 20 points still gets me more buildings, which is important. It's an 8-point swing, which is like essentially zeroed out by one fissure. Like 2 fissures pulls me ahead, we'll say. Alternately, like 1 house would probably do it. If I can find to take a weird low ground house, which does start to block some of this plateau space I was talking about. Maybe it's Verger instead. Yeah, let's go Verger. Verger seems lower potential loss. It's like, rather than placing the building that I think is going to increase in value the most, I'm placing the building that I think is going to decrease the least. Actually, vice versa. I'm coming at it from a different angle either way. This is a lot of trees in a good spot. 8 points isn't ideal, but maybe I could also find some weird 8-ish over here that gets even more trees clustered up. So if I start thinking about tanking 1 flower, that does open up a lot of new locational possibilities. It seems like most of these trees are getting blocked by the existing ones, though. There's a lot of trees over here. Okay, give me a seaweed farm and a city center, please. Neither's also good. We'll take neither. Okay, so mill and field are kind of meaningless to place. I guess I should lighthouse before I do any more buildings. I might have already messed that up a little bit. Yeah. So I'm not getting any seaweed by happenstance. So could take more like a 29 over here. 32 though. 32 that scores the stones is nice. Be cool to get a mill that scores them as well. Maybe this ledge could be my fields? Am I going to want that for houses? I think my houses are probably going to go this way because this big flat area calls to me. Versus cliffs are a little chancier. Wish I could get that. I don't think it's worth 2 points to give up a placement spot. It's important to be able to place along the exterior of the whole building. And this placement might even let me get some warehouse value from it. So yeah, let's take that. I like tagging the sacred stones especially. Okay, so I can go all the way there, so I can also just place that, and then there's still a placeable spot right there, I believe. Now is it city center? Now do I take this 20? It's a difficult decision. I think. I'm making it a difficult decision. This isn't like perfect space utilization, but because I don't think I'll be able to fit a little L there, so who knows what's going there. Maybe a tower late game. Or maybe I clip a plateau in and that's the height that it lands at. I think this is my first plateau though. Although this side does get me closer to the city centers. I'll take that placement. We'll move on. I suppose I did say I was trying to be a little more relaxed this time. Okay, so I have slightly lower scores over here, which will boost a bunch of houses and stuff. Or I have, yeah, a lot of flowers over here, but because the trees aren't flowering yet, it's not like incredible. I think I would rather place this one, especially earlier, because I probably will eventually place both. So sequencing correctly is part of it. 24 is fine. I guess I need to decide if I'm placing this first. It's a 5-point difference. The only reason I wouldn't do this was if I got neighborly. And that's a 90-point neighborly, kind of. I guess let's take it. Yeah, it'll be good for fishers. I will build some buildings over here, I'm sure. This is a complicated game. I love it. But the boons introduce a lot of complexity that was not there in the previous game. Wow, I'm well short of I wasn't even like thinking about score progress, but I need to place a lot of this. I only got 20 buildings banked. Okay, so I don't want to go this way, even though the scores are good, because I don't want to block this potential plateau. And it might already be blocked. Kind of hard to tell. I don't have a strong intuition for it yet. And if I'm probably going to place a plateau here or here... Oh, wait a minute. This might be my backup plateau spot. So maybe I don't... I'm nervous about blocking it with a shaman here. I could go a little bit higher for a little bit lower score. I could just take the one over here first. It's It's also more just raw score, which will help me make it through this round. Or I could take... You know, why would I put a plateau here instead of here or here or here? I guess to create ground close to the ley line. Could also just do something like this, which, although it looks a bit silly, will be a good scorer. This almost definitely blocks something. It would only be good for houses anyway. This one over here might help some mansions. This is complex. I'm not exactly sure what the play should be. I think I like just committing to this and kind of hoping. Bummer that this doesn't quite reach those city centers. I kind of can't tag them from anywhere. I ran out of space here faster than I was expecting. Could start doing this sort of stuff. Just place 3 houses up here. It's a lot of houses. I think it misses fewer future points compared to having the plateau here, where the plateau will boost buildings. So this is fewer points now, more points in the future, I guess. I could also just do like even worse houses in places like this to keep tagging the sacred rocks. Maybe I can do it in 3 with some rock score. Man, this shape does not want to get up there. Yeah, that really looks like it should be touching the city center, but clearly it is not. Game says no. Am I going to be able to get 2 houses that tag them both? Maybe not. They're a little further apart than I would have hoped, I guess. Start building in this space. Tagging the sacred stones just has a lot of value. I could go ahead and switch onto the low ground, but I might be missing out on some potential plateau value by doing that. Maybe. All this is speculative. Maybe I will, maybe there's 5 points here sort of stuff, so it might not ultimately be very impactful. Maybe none of this will matter. Maybe I'll need to place all of this before I get plateaus, but... Let me check if this little... Nah, not even close to fitting there. Okay. Good to know. But this is good. Enough. Cool. That's even almost in grid. Not proud of those houses. That isn't, like, good for me, but it is what it is. So now do I just take the high scoring one? 40-something? A 40-something would help me out a lot right now. This would go a long way. As I'm kind of limping at the start of this island. But I frequently end up in this spot since I'm waiting on a lot of things to deploy most of my buildings. Honestly, I've been thinking more and more about Islanders kind of in chess metaphor, where it's like there is an opening, and then there's a mid-game, and there's an end-game, and like you can kind of feel the distinct phases as you shift between them. And so if we use this metaphor, I don't really have a lot of planned openings yet. Like I'm still memorizing the different building sequences and placement locations and how to maximize value from all of this. I'm going to take this one after some thought. And I think 41 has been demonstrably the highest I've seen. I would need to block a lot of rays to beat 41. Even like getting all of these flowers, the shaman just isn't sheltered enough for it to really matter. Okay. 43. Why not? Basically the same place. Now I could give up on this as a plateau spot. If I do that, I can start placing in here again and just fill this area up. That might not even be my ideal plateau, because I have these two right here, so placing here gives me more adjacency to the double. It does hurt the ley line, and I am trying to maximize that value, but at what cost? Yeah, let's give up. Let's do it. I'm gonna place my plateau here when I get it. I'm also within spitting distance of my boon, so I can unlock that and then undoozies. I mean, Wisp is clearly a lot of points. It's early enough in the island. Alright. I do believe Wisp is a good early or like first boon, so here we are. I do need these points. And I don't want to get Wisp involved in that whole mess. I guess let me save that. So I have an 8, and it's Wispin time. I wonder if this counts as scoring the stones. Cool animation. I wonder if every building has a unique pulse like that. I don't know if that counts as scoring 5 points on the structure, but just in case, I'm going to do it. These are already pretty mediocre. Okay, we'll do that, and then this 8. This is good. Haven't been getting a very large variety of buildings, which has been one of my challenges. So tagging 15 points off these seems like it's clearly going to be worthwhile. And in that case, I just need to get maximum distance with vision on all 3 city centers, including the lighthouse is nice too. So I think a 55 is good. That's a pretty good first pyre. I think eventually you want to see those scores up at more like 80, but 56? Yeah, we'll see if the individual point matters, but why not? lots of good placements around here. So this is placeable. I guess let me actually do the math. So this is placeable, and then this is placeable, and then this is placeable. And maybe another up here. So I should actually be there, right? Oh, those haven't actually connected. That's interesting. They're far enough apart that they don't yet form a field block in the way that fields do. I can obviously connect them like this retroactively, but kind of interesting. I don't think that other field I was placing would block this location, but just to be sure, I'll place the more challenging one first. And then 9 points does not give me an unlock, so has to be a different building. And I hate that that doesn't get Wisp. I don't want to place 2 buildings. The unmitigated disaster of having to place a second building. I get so caught up in such small things, don't I? Yeah, I think I'm just going to assume this is plateau. And in that case, this house over here, or this mansion over here, is already a long way away from getting Wisp value. But I am getting Sacred Stones value. That was a good collection of buildings. I'm pleased with that. So I had discussed harboring over here with all of these fishing spots. Harbors are also good for houses. Houses score 3 points on both harbors and docks. So I could place this up in here, continue transitioning my seaweed this way instead. Because seaweed fields do not like harbors, but 34 is a good score. I could also do one over here. Might want to try and leave some space for future fishers to cram up in. And then a 12 off the start seems appropriate. Then take that 13 that connects everything together. And I could do something like this for a happy little 26. Or I'm sure there are lower scores that will contribute a lot of value down the line over here. How am I getting through to my next unlocks? This is a challenging start to an island. I haven't, even though I got 3 city centers, I haven't managed to convert them into many points. I think because I placed these 2 clumped up. I should have maybe committed to moving down here and then eventually gone back to the stones. But the stone is a temple early. Like that is, you know, it's been 6 points on the mansions and 3 points on the houses. Like those points do matter. Okay, I like tagging the stones for the purpose of boons. Do I just want to place this to boost some buildings? I can get a 6. Or a 12 that it's less clear how it's going to boost buildings, but maybe a plateau or terrace will allow it. Or I could keep trying to transition mansions over here with like a 23. That actually seems solid. I need the points now, so let's get the points now. Triple Park is fine. So can I just go ahead and place these? If they don't kill trees, I guess I can. And these are even like good scores. Like, it would be good to be able to cash these in earlier. I think as long as I don't kill trees, it's fine. Okay, let me see if I can get a little higher score from this third one, so I don't have to place a disappointing seaweed field, but maybe not. I guess these would be better if I wait for a blossom, but I also need to unlock buildings now, you know? You gotta place money to make money. I was hoping that would jump very differently than it did. I'm also like almost out of reach of this structure at all, so that seems better. Okay, and I have a precious and no other boons in storage. Huzzah! Two. Okay. So this is going to be pretty good. I can still do this, or even like a diagonally one. This probably would have been placeable, looks like, just for my own checking. Not totally sure. This does not make very much space, but it is 38 points. I can also clip this in, which is good. It does make me heartbroken about those houses, but this is probably the best play for the sacred stones for the ley line, which does matter to me. And looking at my other buildings, I got some good stuff here. So let's try and sealed boon max a little bit. We're gonna make this work. I have an 11 or a 13 or a 16, 17, yeah, nice. 17 is more than worth it, given my current circumstances. What about Wisp? Always the question. Maybe I need to be less active about Wisp. Maybe I can just sort of consider it a little boost whenever I can utilize it, but not go too far out of my way, place buildings that are too unideal in order to unlock it. Because I don't think Wisp is worth, it's only 5 points, right? It's not worth making big sacrifices, but okay, not opening that. Good to see that I got one, though. Hut is pretty good. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be well scored. Do I want to go ahead and do this for the points? Quite possibly. I'll remember 28. Hut, very good. 28, 29. I know I like holding huts, but given the current trajectory of the island, I think the points are worth a lot now. So I'm one structure or one good boon away from really unlocking these. And there's going to be a lot of value in that, and the hut scored on the stones. Nothing lights up though. You see it does, the number needed to unlock a boon goes up over time. So it does take more and more buildings to get you there. Various 14s that are kind of underwhelming. '16 similarly so. This is all mediocre. I do want another plateau soonish. Maybe I sequenced these two plateaus incorrectly. Worth thinking about. Okay. Don't quite have 3 blocks of space here, so that's pretty good. And I like scoring on the Sacred Stones, as discussed. That's not their name, the ley line stones. I like the name Sacred Stones, so I might keep calling them that, but that's not what they're called. Wait, that was a house that it just retracted? No, it was this shape of mansion. Okay, sorry. For some reason I thought I had a small mansion banked, but I guess I placed that a little bit longer ago. Sometimes it is fascinating what will and won't fit. There's probably a shape here that allows me to get them both. Maybe I just play up here and use this space a little more awkwardly, but at least it is being used. Oh, big thunder here. Not sure if that'll be filtered by my headset, but... Little stormy night islanders. Oh, come on. Inches away. Okay. So that would get me on the low ground. And then... I have a similar problem as I do previously here. This is challenging. I'm trying to think a lot about where Wisp is going to go. I know I just said maybe I just take Wisp more idly, more casually, so maybe I will come back over there. Can't undo anymore, so I'll leave what's down. Maybe I need to be parking instead. Not having the lumber over here is nice, I will say. I know the lumber was lower scoring, and that probably impacted the hardship that I'm having right now. But it is nice. So I think this is not as bad as it might look. Because yes, you were losing 4 points on a few of these fields, but because of this placement, I only have a couple fields left, maybe 3, that are still touching a mill. So pretty shortly I will need a new mill, and why not this one? Let me think about the spacing a little bit more, just to make sure I can get some fields in around it. I'd actually be surprised if I fill this whole thing. You don't get that many fields. Sauna and plateau. Wow, that was a really good... Yeah, that, like, just getting those buildings there is drastically gonna shift the flow of the island. It might not feel like it, because it is just a 2-building adjustment, but we are on a much more upwards trajectory now. Ooh. Well, do I just want another plateau? Or another sauna? Because the sauna is pretty good. 65 points right now does mean something, but I think I just want another plateau. Just immediately. I don't remember if Terrace is soon. Terrace is the only other building that I would really consider here. Let's take the plateau. Now, do I want 10 extra points or do I want adjacency? I think I want the 10 extra points. I think. And as soon as I start considering it, I actually talk myself out of it. Huh. Because this being closer to the city centers is really what I'm thinking about. Like, I think it creates, you know, if it makes 2 more mansions that can touch either 2 plateaus or 2 city centers or 1 city center, then it's worth more than 2 points or 10 points. So I think that is actually the play. This is exciting though. That's a big change up. So now I need to grab that wisp at any cost. Move it down across into here. I guess I can sauna first because I'm not placing lumberjacks over there. I might actually split my saunas for the first time now that I'm splitting lumberjack and verger. But yeah, I can get a mid-60s, no problem. Yeah, getting these 2 buildings, just a sauna and a second plateau, total game changer. I can feel the island unlocking in front of me. I'm glad we were patient. This is fine, whatever. Maybe it costs me a tower across the course of the whole island, but even that's far from guaranteed. I get another 70-point building. We love to see that. 71-point building. Oh, Pyre is going to be really good with Precious. I think I had that realization before, but wasn't able to get a Pyre towards the end. But maybe my like 3rd or 4th Pyre I hold until I can Precious. Right now, I think it's so likely that I get at least 1 more, and it's not like a unmitigated disaster if I don't. There are other buildings that I can Precious effectively as well. Okay, so I take the 12. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's okay. This is so interesting. Like the new field mechanics are really cool. I really like this change, but you can see right here, I'm not part of the field network. I'm just touching 3 fields. And then if I move just a tiny bit over, I join the field network. So kind of speaking of, I am trying to leapfrog in this direction. So I could do this, just the furthest out placement that is still in the field network. I'm not getting the mill no matter what, so that doesn't factor in. This probably lets me do it in 2 jumps, and it probably blocks me from placing 3 or 4 fields, because it's much less space efficient, right? But I guess until I get a second mill over here, there's no advantage to placing next to 1 mill or the other. So maybe I can get a better judgment for how many total fields I'll get over the island first. I can wait until, just by delaying the decision, I'm not losing any points because I'm still getting 1 mill adjacency, which is the best thing offered over here. And I'm getting a more accurate prediction of how much total space I need, which lets me weigh those points against the lost space. Nice. I'm glad this 13 is still up here. I was concerned that it would tag this new placement, but 13's pretty good. Does make the next sauna over here even better, makes the next sawmill even better. Got some pretty good docks already. Over here has a non-zero chance of eventually tagging a house. I just don't think the chance is high enough to be worth that placement. And I can't quite get everything. Can't quite get that lighthouse. It's too high up. Ironically, given that it is a lighthouse. Always no second seaweed field. I just never, or second seaweed farm, pardon. I just never get 2 seaweed farms. Doesn't happen to me. Place a 22 to get the extra tree and then have it jump into grid anyway. That's the strategy. Learning how to abuse the grid jump is definitely part of the new tactic. It's fun. Occasionally it's frustrating, but overall I think it's fun. That 27 doesn't kill anything. That's cool. Yeah. Good score. And there's going to be all sorts of good line perks in here. I think that 26 doesn't kill anything either. Wow. Maybe a rock. But I don't think it hits a single tree. Yeah. Wait, did that jump and kill a tree? It did. See, it... Okay, okay. There's occasional downsides. So I have to place it a little further out of alignment to prevent it from jumping. Good times. Okay. You might notice I'm still delaying my city buildings, even though I got those plateaus that I was begging for. Even though I was thinking about them previously because of my limited options. Now that I have more options, I think I have better, less potentially costly things to do with my buildings. So now I'm back to placing these fields, which are not going to go up in value, or these parks, pardon, instead of building over here where like an extra city center or shaman could still make a big difference. I also don't want to figure out Wisp, but don't tell anyone that. I'm not looking forward to solving that particular chestnut. Okay. Yeah, see, whenever I do come back over here, we've got some money to cash in. I need to bring Wisp first, but that is fine. Okay. Where would I put a brewery? Maybe right here. It even gets some small score boosts. And probably will benefit an eventual tavern. Yeah, let's do it this way. And in that case, I'm going to hops field over here, I think. That's what I was ultimately pondering, where to place them. Okay, I think it is one mansion at this point. Tried to hold out. Oh, yes! The illegal mansions. Those are going to be nice. Got to start with Wisp, though. Almost forgot. Okay. So just 2 mediocre mansions, and then Wisp will be over here. That's fine. Wisp is still worth an extra, what, 60 points from these, so... And I even get to put these squares far away from the high scoring zone, so they don't take up as much of it. That's value. An unexpected reward. Man. So close. Maybe a small L would reach that second city center. Maybe I play for that. I don't like this placement just because it utilizes so much space in adjacency to these buildings, but I think I kind of have to. And I think that's a little better than HUD. I guess I could do Lumberjack first, but like Lumberjack Mason are not getting me the points I need. So it's going to be at least one mansion anyway. A lot of good scores. Yeah, let's do it this way. Moment of truth. 29, sure enough. And that wasn't with Wisp. Speaking of, I do need to think about Wisp logic. Do I need to bring Wisp back this way now? Probably yes. And I can put Wisp here and then do this. Yeah, that works okay. Not upset about that. Let's double check that it's far enough in, but other than that, I think that's, yeah, worthwhile. Fortune teller. Okay. So this island so far I think has actually been very instructive. When you place what building is one of the most critical decisions in Islanders. Like, yes, choosing the right island, choosing the right building, unlock the right boon, all those things, they all matter a lot. But you make so many of these decisions where you have to look at this bar and say, what is the least point losing placement to make? Now, for a while, early on in this island, I was really trying to avoid placing these mansions. But now that I've already gotten Wisp, and I've gotten some additional space and point boosters for mansions, right now, I think placing mansions has very minimal opportunity cost. Like, once I get a wall platform, I'll want to be able to build mansions on top of it. But maybe I'll opt for houses instead, and in that case, the mansions are not losing any points. They also are not losing points to city centers, because I would need to get a neighborly and a city center. And the odds of that happening, not super high. They're losing a few points to a shaman, but I can also boost houses with the shaman, right? So when you really think about it, there's not a ton of potential missing value for these mansions. Maybe another plateau, maybe a terrace, but again, those will boost other things. Versus, if I place things like the lumberjack, like if I get a verger, its value could go up. If I get another sawmill, its value would go up. Where it's placed would matter more. It's going to boost saunas. Holding the seaweed field allowed me to unlock the seaweed farm. So now I can have 2 farms down, and I can get almost, I guess it's 4 extra points from each seaweed. Like 4 points every seaweed. I now have a second mill, so I'm going to need to place a mill here and build over to it to put fields around it. But yeah, there's been lots of small inflection points about choosing which building to place. Speaking of, I think it's mansion and then seaweed farm. And then let's start getting these down. A lot of points to be had. Damn. Well, I think score multiplier is the single best boon in the game. I've been thinking about it. I think this is the most points for your buck. Wall platform would be really cool, but stern competition. Oh. There might be a way to get 3. Nah, not quite. Almost, though. We stop placing those once we don't have a second farm to tag. Yeah, I might be splitting my saunas. The verger that I placed over here is really paying off. I think that was good. I'm scoring these trees repeatedly. have an 11, a 13. Maybe I place this 12 and then this one has to be further back, but I know where to place it at least. Or the 13. Good, good. And park. That's a very sneaky one. That barely fit. Okay. Pretty good unlocks, I think. Huh. I wonder if my temple has moved. It's probably still right here. Because that would definitely adjust where I might want to place this. Come on. Meh. It's a shame this isn't placeable. It's such a narrow... Actually, it's not that close. I thought it was. This isn't bad. This is the direction my houses are going to go. Creates a lot of ground. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. It just creates higher ground. Not quite as impactful as I am looking for. Nah, it doesn't look inclined to work with me here. Damn. Well, if it's not going there, what am I going to do with it? I guess just place it here for score and higher ground and potential second temple, if this island keeps going well. Maybe we second temple. Oh, I guess... Glad I thought again. I need a mason first, yeah. Do I take a good score, or do I think about the temple? Critically important, timeless question. I think in this instance, I'm going to think about the temple. I have so many easy points on the table still, so I don't need to get my points here right now. Oh, I was thinking at least one of those would be close enough, but I guess I could undo it and place it on this cliff to try and get this plateau a higher score, but I don't think that's quite worth it. Cute idea, though. There's also a cool 32 up here that I should keep in mind for the future. Okay, back to this placement. Knowing these don't tag now, I guess the -1 is a mistake, but especially when we think about the fortune teller value. Won't be placing her for quite a while yet, though. Nice. Nice. Yeah, could do a sauna, but I think I'm just going to keep doing mansions. It's one of those two for sure. Dang, I did not want the square. Especially not if I can't... Oh, there we go. Okay. I was going to say can't clip it into the middle, but... Now we are in a bit of a conundrum, because I don't want to jump here and then here. I guess I can move Wisp along the ground to get it back up. And I'm actually almost out of mansions anyway. Okay. I was going to say I don't want to bring Wisp out away from the area I'm building into, but I'm almost done building into. Could also just do this. Just kind of solves it. We love a terrace. It's also 80 points. Love to see it. I don't love this though. So I would need to be certain that there's enough space up here for a temple. And I don't have any large building to check with. I was hoping that little gap between these two would allow me to place the terrace here instead. This is such a high risk commitment here. I guess if I do it that way, oh, I don't know. It's pretty sunken in there. Like, that looks good, but if it's wrong, I think I might risk it. I feel pretty good that it'll fit. I need a lot of points, so what's the worst that can happen? I can still maybe wall platform off the side here. Maybe. Okay, place, double check that all of this is flat. Okay. Now this is the corner, I think. So we're losing that whole width. Is that a building width? Oh yeah. It's actually maybe a little more than a building width, which would be a problem. Is this placement better? Doesn't look like it's better. Lower isn't better. I can't go right here. I could work it out a little, but that feels like a losing line. Feels like cowardice. Okay. I need to be so sure about this if I place it. This one feels like it should be better. I'm not sure it is. The turned version of this placement, I mean. Come on. Okay, do I want to wait one building unlock, get the market, and then be able to confirm and check? That seems like it's high value. Seems like I would be willing to wait just a moment to confirm that. Oh, now that I do have a second mill, I need to move out. And I haven't gotten very many fields, so I think I can just stay in the network. In mill we trust. Actually, it'll tag this one. But I guess I would rather avoid the negative 20. Yeah. Almost thought that I'd found an extra literally 1 point there. That's the actual score difference. Got all excited about maybe 1 point and then was wrong. Could double sauna to finish out this unlock chain. I kind of dickered about forever on the terrace, but I saw some potential value there. 52 versus 47, 53, 56. All right. And then the second one was a 52, right? 53. How does that compare to 67? And the 67 might go up, which is a reason not to place it yet. Although I might not get any more saunas. I'm going to take the worst score because it still unlocks buildings at least. And I'm going to hope that I get one more sauna. That seems like a fully reasonable thing to happen. Again, not even halfway done with the island. They slow down quite a bit. I'm glad to see that. So this is the guild hall. Kind of just launched right into that, huh? The guild hall wants unique buildings around it, as I described previously. So this is actually just naturally a really good spot because of how these buildings happen to be clustered. And as soon as I got the guild hall, my mind went here. There are a few other things that we could place. It would be worth plus 12 on each of those buildings, which when you think about the contribution to your score, you have to think, would this building be worth 12 more points elsewhere instead? So, for example, I could place a park up here. A park up here would be 10 points, 7 points, 8 points. 8 points plus 12, so 20 points total. Versus over here, I can pretty easily find 20s already, and it's going to score the monument, and it's going to score monasteries. So the actual value of placing it up here is not very much. Like, yes, it's plus 12 now, but the park is better off elsewhere. So that's a building you have to be a little, maybe not suspicious of, but a little intentional with, we'll say. Like, similarly, placing a field up here, it's a 14-point field. I don't place 14-point fields. It's a little disappointing. It'd be cool if some buildings were worth more, maybe, or I don't know. I mean, I guess the simplicity of it relies upon it having this little interaction. It doesn't need to be perfectly balanced. It's nice to have this little bit of interplay. Perhaps. Be a good neighborly at some point. 30, wow. Wow. Well, I'm holding the fisher, I'm placing the wheat field, so I should place the mill as well. Yup. Yeah. Ta-da. And this probably blocked 3 or 4 additional fields from being placed, so we'll see if I end up having 3 or 4 fields up here. That'll determine if it's worth it. I guess let me be thoughtful about the guild hall for a minute. So, what am I going to add to this? I guess a tower. I could just place a mansion next to the city center. It's still worth something. I don't think it's a 12-point difference, though. Yeah, by my own logic, none of the buildings I'm currently holding, except for maybe a tower, would be worth it up here. So let's just not add huts around here, and for the moment, leave this spot pristine. I don't need to worry about actually placing something there right now. Three fountains. Stark contrast to the previous island. I was trying to think if the wisp jump is what I really want to do, but I don't think it matters. I think wisp will still just kind of meander around here. It doesn't really matter what direction I go. And I'm already past the lock. The bargain lock that gave me the extra plateau. So, wow, 2 markets too, right off the bat. Alright, let's confirm. Oh. Okay, not placeable. What about this way? Ah, okay. It is really high up. So at that point, it kind of has to be a ranged attack temple, which might just by its very self be enough reason not to do that. Dang. I'm almost more tempted to do it knowing that it's not buildable, and then just try and wall platform off of one of these surfaces and kind of make it work. But I think getting a good temple is really important, so if I can continue to delay that decision, I will. Am I ever going to get so hard up for mansions that I do this? I think eventually I will, yeah. I think at some point I would be willing to place like a 12-point mansion towards the end of the island. And so that means that I should take the score now, probably. Because I would at some point. I don't know if that logic actually holds, but I'm going to kind of choose to believe it does. I guess it's the exact same argument, actually. I need to place the bad ones. Yes. Fun mansion. Very dense mansion area. Okay. Terrace up here, probably worth a whole lot. Just to raise the mountain shrine. I maybe should have saved the bargain for another terrace. Just played out some of this stuff. I don't know. That would be a real complicated split. Now, is this worth placing up here? This is 17 points. This is 13 now, and more than 4 later. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely better. Poor Guildhall. Fortune teller's looking good, though. This is awesome, actually. Really good lighthouse. Tempted to just take it. I guess I'm risking some dock points, mostly. Let's wait. Come back to this area, or do I need to Wisp over there first? I guess if I can hold off on placing houses, it would be better to wait for Wisp. Maybe fountain up onto this ledge and then into houses. I don't possibly think that Fisher could interact with a boon. I think I refill my rerolls, get another ley line. That seems like the most winningest of those options. Back to parks. Okay. Yeah, parks are awesome on this island. This is really helping. Productive vergering, I would say. That doesn't kill anything, wow. Once these trees are dead, I'll be curious to see how close I've managed to pack all these in. Because I feel like I'm doing a really good job. That's a little space inefficient, but doesn't kill any trees. Wow. Got some cool 44s in here. Okay, so definitely not worth adding a lumberjack here. I guess what am I waiting for? Maybe a wall platform, but I don't know what else would be worth being placed away from its center. Like maybe this is just the play and I'm just done building up this area. Fish kite, maybe? It's a long time to wait for maybe a kite. I already have most building types unlocked. I'm not putting a mason over here. As much fun as 12 points is, I don't think this spot is getting any better. And I struggle to think where else would be a better spot. Interesting. I'm glad I paused to think about that. That was not a placement I had given much thought in a while. I'm worried I'm getting close enough to blocking the mansions. That seems fine, though. Hut down here as long as it doesn't interfere. Oh, I've already placed the guild hall. Duh. But second guild hall might also go up here. Oh yeah, and that tagged. Good, 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 good. Aw, can't quite reach those fissures, dang. Blocked myself out. Alright. I wasn't far enough back. I was trying to come off the side too much. Makes sense. Hmm. 17's okay. It might just be huts. Two parks ain't cutting it. Could be lighthouse. I'm holding out for another dock, but it's 10 points on a rare building. Meh. And this plan did not work. Dang. Can't quite get far enough back. Okay. Well, I still have this. Now parks will get me there. Okay, we found some good choices to navigate through that round. Does that 22 not kill anything? Oh, it does. But there's a 20 that doesn't. Incredible. Yeah. All right. This is going very well. Once I get wall platform, a lot's going to open up too. Okay, so what's going through my mind right now is that I want to place any field that double touches these mills and is part of the network. Then I want to think about what direction my field is heading next, because I might get another mill and I want that mill to be placed with optimal field coverage. And I think that mill would be placed up here. So because of that, I am starting to build in this direction instead. It's such a good game. It's just fun to think about stuff. Now that that's placed, I can also start filling that little gap. Okay. Back at this inflection point. This is only getting placed with a neighborly anyway, so these can kind of just be catch as catch can. Only, it matters a little bit for the warehouse, but I bet this is a pretty good warehouse. Once I have water platforms, I might actually place that. Really holding this terrace, which would be a big score boost, but I think it is good. Hut time. Only one sealed boon so far. I haven't scored a lot on the rocks. Again, it's kind of a wall platform problem. Okay, here's 4th mill. So I could place 4th mill here for 22. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, looks like I know where I'm making one more double field worth of space. But I should place the field first and over here. Yep. Now I think I can do the mill. Yeah, a lot of close competitors. I think it is still 35. Dang. It is a little too narrow. I'm really glad that I thought about that. Could have lost the option. I think that's good enough. It's a close thing. These are very good parks, but 17 that kills 1 flower. I'm getting close to taking things like that. Alright, I'll just take one down here. These are comparable. Yeah, okay. It's kind of cute to just take another sealed boon. I don't feel like I need anything right now. Just wall platforms. Hut time. When in doubt, hut time. I guess my next mill is likelier to be over on this side, based on the other building locations. Got to think about 5th mill, you know. 2 parks. I'm gonna need to do some of the buildings I've been holding, or maybe all my huts. I'm like 2 or 3 mansions short of unlocking all these houses, but I also might not want to rush the houses, given my fortune teller is only going up in value. 135. It's actually staying pretty consistent in value. Which is good because the points needed are going up, so my overall score per building is still trending upwards. It kind of didn't prove my point, did I? Okay. Okay. Fine with me. I mean, makes green space and is worth 20-something points. 25? That's gonna be hard to turn down. If it wasn't green, I might think about the warehouse or another place to put a sawmill out here, but it is green, so I'm not gonna think about those things. I'm just gonna take my free 25. I think these trees are a little denser. Yeah, not bad at all. I am really holding off on killing these trees. I think this has taught me that on an island where it is at all possible, do a small lumber forest and a big blossom forest. Because the lumber, you get fewer buildings by a pretty good margin. So even though the lumberjacks are like 40 points, you're only placing 6 of them versus you're placing 40 parks. I think that logic holds. Nice, good jump. I might be able to fit a line park there. Whoop. Yeah. It's a shame it's a few points short. Ta-da! Okay. So, something like this for my temple. Not bad. Then I'm allowed to place this. And I don't think I have anything that I would want to place first. And I don't think I'm ready to precious this. Still have over a quarter of the island to go. I guess by the logic I was using earlier, this must have more surface area. Because I think a big building does fit here. Didn't it previously? Well, this is still good, so that's what really matters. Yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. Love to see it. Now my next trick. That's going to be really valuable. Is there any reason to wait? As long as I can still place houses underneath it, yeah. This is going to be house central. All of it with Wisp. Just need to confirm that this is still, yep, still fine with the wall platform. I think it blocks just that front corner. Do you see how it's kind of sliding there? Not quite able to reach the corner. I think that's the effect it's having. What are we working with? Well, it does fit. It just has to be this weird diagonal, but I'm almost to the point of getting Wisp into houses. Don't need to do hut yet. Do park instead. It's getting close to the point where I start killing some trees. I guess there's a bunch of stuff I have to place before the trees die, but I don't want these to get too spread out just for the monument. It's already too broad of a sprawl. Cool way to see the parks, though. Like they stand out much more obviously. Okay, so it has already sprawled a little bit past my ability, but that's okay. Still a good building. And I unlocked buildings. Wow, another wall platform. This is just a winner stay winning situation, I'm afraid. Because this could also be houses or a really good market. I can go off of this. This is disgusting. Like there's so much value right there. Eh? Eh? It's good. It's very rich get richer. It is kind of cool though that sometimes islands go badly and sometimes they go well. Like, I'm glad that there's enough variance that you can have an exciting island like this one, rather than all of them having the same kind of flat curve of an experience. It's almost like it's more exciting to play because sometimes your island sucks. Could be an option late game. I don't think I want to do it now. Mostly just to preserve fountain value. Because I'm sure some of these are going to go wild. Yeah. Yeah, I got good stuff happening, that's for sure. Hey. What can I duplicate? What can I duplicate? I could easily get Fish Kite Monument at a cost. Oh, I've placed every park I currently have. I could duplicate a temple. I could also just let buildings pile in and then eventually get to temple. I think duplicate is very valuable here. Shrink's not bad, but I think I'm going to be able to make duplicate a much bigger deal. I'm like 1 or 2 mansions away from really unlocking the strategic point reserve. So I think I'll be able to tag down right there. Ooh, even bigger thunder here. I might be reaching the point where I'm done playing for this session. Okay, hi, I'm back. It's been several days, but I remember that this island was progressing quite well. I have updated myself on it. I know to you it still sounds... To you it's just been an instant, but just to refresh everyone to the same page, I have a Precious, 2 score multipliers, a duplicate, pretty good lineup of buildings. I just got a boon, I've got 2 more coming, and then the 2 on the final lap. And I need about 115 points, 117. So looking at my buildings here, I think what I want to just place is the aviary. I pondered it for a while. Yes, there are higher scoring potential aviaries. You know, if I get a wall platform that I can put this on, it could be like a 140, but I think just taking a 127 that gets me more buildings, maxes out the aviary's value for next round. Most of the value in the aviary is going to be coming from its banked score anyway, so I don't need to die on the hill of using the perfect placement. It is also a Wisp candidate. I could jump Wisp into it, but I think my existing plan is just so much simpler. It doesn't require a wall platform, which I might have better, more valuable uses for anyway. Plus it's nice to get all these points from one building since I'm still increasing the score of my fortune teller. So for a lot of reasons, I was pulled in that direction. Okay, weird little assortment. Still need like 1 more mansion maybe to really kick this off. I guess if I don't get a mansion, and I'm definitely taking this back, but just testing. I wonder if maybe if I have a small house here, I could still tag in, or And I guess I could take a slightly different fountain placement, not get 26, but instead more like a 17, and then still be short of wisp. I would have to take this dreadful 11 to get it, but you know, jumping wisp into 23 houses is very much worth it, and I have a lot of space up here to take over with houses. I don't want to do that right now, though. So if I'm not doing that, how else am I getting by? Probably warehouse. Probably all my other little stuff, and then a pretty good warehouse. So this is a negative at this point, right? Yeah. Probably. Okay. So given if I'm not placing more infrastructure, warehouse is probably just here. It's like a 45 on a water platform right there. That's pretty good. In here would be better, but highly doubt it's going to be possible. It could be like a wall platform thing in the future to get like a 59. That's pretty good. There's also some decent scores around here. I think all of this is going to be used by houses anyway, so I don't, or maybe mansions over here, but I don't think I need to worry about market being on these. I don't know where my markets are going. That's a maybe future Connor problem to figure out, but I think I need all or almost all this space for houses. Maybe we'll see once I coat this, but and the reason I ask this question, of course, is the reason I ponder this is for the purposes of planning my warehouse location. I guess I could do like a second wall platform there. We'll see. What all this says to me is that I should probably just go for points right now, and that this one, I mean, I really wish I could go here instead, but maybe it is the 32? Versus a 45? 45 is notably more points. And it does create some land here that I could potentially use for further docks. And on that note, I should probably face this out, right? Yeah. Let's do this. I don't think it's worth placing this or something. And I have 2 parks. Seems unlikely that I still have 2 good park spots, but this one being a line does help quite a bit. It's a 15. I wonder if it might be time to utilize a spot up here, keeping in mind that I'm also planning a hermitage here, but it looks like the hermitage is going fully squared up in this corner. So I could definitely do this line park. That's just kind of all upside. Okay, 161 both places, so I don't need to leave a spot. I think, yeah, there's some slightly better monuments than 161, but none of this is placeable. Blech. Oh, that's also gonna work. Interesting. I kind of assumed that would be too thick and would not allow placement, but I will take it. I think that probably blocks placement. I could go the other direction. That's 191 versus 192. 191. 192. Okay, well, 1 point is worth less than what I can recoup by placing this over, and I'm going to try and get a little bit better score and then cause it to jump, which it did jump, but let's reassure ourselves that this is still placeable, which it is. Okay. Pretty soon I'll take that. I want to check for Blossom. That is such a big difference maker. I know that I'm holding my green stuff forever, just waiting on this Blossom, but it makes a big difference if I get it. Could be a disappointing circus, could be a disappointing tower, could be a wall or two. Could just place Hermitage, just tank it. I do wonder also, maybe I'm within reach of the next boon. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so let's check that. This will take a little bit to trickle in, but nope. That sealed boon there is going away. Although notice that because the temple scores so many points, it actually got me a boon and started the next loop pretty far along. Because you score 20 points off of the ley line with the temple. Less than a typical statue, but still 20 points. And speaking of typical statue, that is a boon I could get that would be really good. Okay, well, between these, it's obviously just precious. I think the real question is it precious or reroll? So, precious is probably... It can't be this, it already scores too many things. Precious is probably 100 points, let's call it. Maybe more like 70, depends if I get 2 pyres or more terraces or things like that. I think I'm good to spend 1 reroll since I have 5, but I will take one of the next 2 options. So I think Precious is enough below average given my current setup, given that I already have a Precious. If I get a second Pyre, then the Precious is really good, but I don't know if I want to gamble on that at this stage. Okay, these are fine. Not impressive. Take Neighborly, which, based on how I've successfully split my lumber and green, I think is going to be more net value. Still need to work out how I'm going to get my duplicate into these valuable buildings, but it'll happen. It'll happen when it happens. It works if you work it, you know what I'm saying? Disappointing mansion is looking more and more tempting. It is disappointing. And then some of my houses would score on it. And that's 3 points per instead of 4, so really be better to hold. Maybe I just try and find 1 really good wall, or maybe 2 walls that get me the points I need. So I can't really go on this, because this needs to be utilized for houses. This is really funny, actually. I mean, that might just be the play, as silly as it is. Like, it's still 53 points, even with the minus 15. I can place it here, which doesn't invalidate any spots around it, so there's still lots of buildable space. I guess the cliff wall here does cut into it just a tiny bit along the back, but I can still place down in here, and I've checked previously that this is placeable, so yeah, looking at my buildings, I think that weird 53 is probably the call. Okay, Seaweed Farm is really good. I think with my 4 seaweed and my farm, that'll give me a lot of the points I need. It's really just a consideration of when do I commit to the fortune teller. It'd be cool to do things like Hermitage and Temple and Mountain Shrine before fortune teller, but I'm already coming up on the end of my 6 building glory days. Pretty good scores over here. So it's either a 29 or probably a 12. I guess I could sit right on it and get a better... Okay, so it's 12 points right here versus 29, so that's a 17-point swing. But I only need to touch 3 double fields to these to make it more than equal, make it better. So 12, or the 6 that is so much closer is also tempting, but I think I'll be able to get most of the action, most of the same placement action with this 12. So let's go for that. Just do a lot of this sort of stuff. Like, those are all fine. Still need a lot of points. Could be 2 or 3 walls. Could just start breaking into the houses. I'm like literally 1 mansion away from successfully swapping to Wisp. I just don't want to take this crappy 11 to do it. But I can't wait forever, you know. There is a real cost associated with this. I could also place a few of the absolute highest score houses now and just sort of take whatever score they naturally provide and not worry about moving Wisp through them. That seems bad, though, upon immediate reflection. I can't do this because it's going to penalize houses, but maybe over here somewhere. Okay, this is not going to be functional. These are low scoring. There's probably something cool in here, right? Along this ridge line? Just be chill, man, come on. Okay. Well, I can get some awfully silly 20-point stuff going on. If I take that, can I then reach the back corner to get a connection, or is that too tucked in? Ooh, okay. Something like a 43 is about the score I'm looking for, really, so just gotta find that convincing spot again. But it's good to know it exists. Yeah, that does just run through that little gap there. Okay. Maybe third wall. Maybe 1 house. I think third wall is a little better. Once again, just need to find the magic spot where they allow these ends to connect at any cost. I mean, 31 is not excellent, to be honest, but it's not bad. And I don't think it's hurting anything else, unless maybe I put a second terrace here. I guess if I get another terrace, where's it going? Maybe up top to boost the mountain shrine. It could go over here somehow. It could go right here, maybe. That might not be placeable. I've already utilized a lot of this space. I know it's kind of a speculative reason to hold a wall, but just for a bit. I'll probably be back for that score. And I saw this flash placeable for a second. Okay, so this 24 will penalize a bunch of houses, but let's remember it for the future. Not take it now. I don't want to grab Wisp yet, so I can't do this yet, but I'll get there. Okay, I'm just gonna do one house. It's like a 5-point penalty, but it's just a 5-point penalty, so. Compared to having Wisp in that house, I mean. Dang, still no mansions. They are really holding out on me. Okay, so I have a neighborly. I have 2 neighborlies. So I can place this wherever I want. And part of me thinks just slam it right here, or even right here, as long as, yeah, the temple won't detect that. Because I don't have a range up yet, so the temple is getting placed with neutral range. Maybe like here. It's too far in to be detected by my fishers. But I don't... Wow. These are high-scoring buildings. 49-point city center. 38 on this random wall platform, or water platform. Yeah, I think let's do right here. Leave a little 1-building gap right there. It'll boost a bunch of houses in this area. And it'll be a pretty good score itself. Pretty good. Now we double check. Okay, that looks good to me. And then is there a way to check 3 width? If you don't have a 3 wide... Oh, I did place a house, so I have a new house shape. Okay. Well, looks like this is functional. It's a little cramped on this side, but it does work. Cool. Then we would love a 23. That's as good as it's getting. Yep. So let's kill 1 tree and get a 23. Yeah, this one right up here is the least destructive. I have another park. This is tough. Because placing the Hermitage, I get significantly punished. 3 points per tree if I end up getting a Blossom in my last 3 boons. The Circus doesn't give me enough points by itself. The Mountain Shrine, similarly, the scores are only going up. Like if I get a Blossom, it'll be huge, but even if not, I'm still placing buildings over here. And this is a very good candidate for my score up building. I could also place Fortune Teller and not worry as much about holding, but I'm not really holding for Fortune Teller. I'm just holding because it's the superior play anyway. No way that's placeable. Okay. So I could take like a worse Hermitage. I could do this little side Hermitage, or I guess maybe eventually there'll be another green wall platform here, but I could take this side Hermitage on the fundamental premise that I'm losing fewer points by placing the worse Hermitage first if I then get Blossom. Which I think does logically hold. I think it is logically consistent. This is a nice little placement I had not used previously. Okay, so could just take a 108, gets me more buildings, and doesn't even overshoot by very much. Leaves me this much better Hermitage for after a potential Blossom. If I get Blossom as my next boon, this probably costs me like 50 points, but 50 is actually about what I'm looking at with my other buildings instead. And there's no guarantee I get Blossom. Let's go. Let's do it. Gotta play something. Maybe it's Monument. Maybe Monument only increasing by 8 points per park isn't going to be quick enough scaling, but I also would like to take one of these spots that kills trees, which changes the equation of when I place that relative to everything else. Let's leave that. Oh, double Pyre. Okay, so that was a mistake. So taking Precious would have been better. Not a huge deal, obviously, but worth noting. So currently we're looking at like a 93 or alternately a 215. Yeah, that's a lot of points. Taking Precious would have been good. Dang it. Flag Nabbit. Not quite close enough to get that last boon, I think. So, Plateau. Maybe there's something else over here. I've already got 2 plateaus here on each other, but maybe it's just this and just make more space. Maybe it's make green space out here. I can make height up here. That's kind of silly. Most of the actual spots I would genuinely want this are already kind of occupied. Could place it out here, which will be good for my next seaweed farm, pardon. But I don't. Oh yeah, I remember there's a little spot up here that I was more pleased with. Yeah, let's hit this. It's a fair number of points. That does mean I probably place at least 1 or 2 of these masons. Maybe I should have placed them before the city center too. I did not strategize that perfectly. Is that okay? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, the spot I want is far forward, so utilizing the back of this a little bit probably isn't a problem. Then I could take a neighborly here for 20 points, but I think I can probably do better. There's a lot of buildings that benefit from neighborly more than 20 points. I can go over here. Let's... Dang, I just don't think that's gonna quite reach. Maybe if I place it like as far up and forward as possible. No. Dang, well I can't go that much further back either. I mean, I am running out of mason space, that's for sure. It's a shame none of this is placeable. Like, you would think right here would be at least, but not until you get back to here. Okay, so I have a 53 here versus a 63 here. It's not quite what I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure all of this is too far back. I would have to swap to a further back intention for my placement. So I'm kind of at the point where without a size up, I'm not going to be tagging more masons. So does that mean I just place this? Probably not. I probably still place them. Empire doesn't care at all about this stuff. Okay. Pondering my buildings. Maybe a line will be able to tag that one as well. Let's wait. I think let's just stay the course. So this isn't detectable. Heartbreaking, but the 53 here instead of the 63 here, I don't know if it's worth placing a mason for just 10 points on the temple, or even 16 if I use the score boost. So yeah, none of these are super placeable. Alright, well, that does have the benefit of I can place these masons for points. And if I place them here and then get a size up, or a detection up, I can probably still get them. Maybe let's just place the 13, because now we're far enough away I'm not scoring this. Yeah, I'll hold it. Not a bad 44. And then low 90s. That looks pretty good to me. Maybe I want the precious one to be more central anyway, just to tag a bunch of stuff. Yeah, let's go with it. Let's lock it in. Okay, second circus, yet another house. Still no more mansions. They are really making me work for these mansions. This will almost certainly get me the boon, which will help me make some green decisions. While we're waiting for these points to trickle in, I am appraising my building bar and seeing what else I might be interested in soon. It's tough. Holding off on Wisp for this long has been a choice. I really don't need much to keep going, but I'm gonna let these trickle in and see if I actually tag the next boon. It doesn't seem likely, but we're making progress. Dang, okay. That's alright, though. We did get one more boon out of it. Okay, well in this case I think it's just clearly a wall platform. And yeah, let's do wall platform. And I can go ahead and place it. Is it green? No. So I could place it here for that warehouse we were previously considering. I could place it, that's deranged. I could place it somewhere in here for a bunch of city value, and maybe even a better house movement situation. Maybe I can go ahead and place this and then get Wisp popping. Could place it in a bunch of silly spots like this that might be good for temple. If they don't block the temple, but I'm sure I can find a spot that combines the things I'm looking for. Or maybe it is just this 253 that is still allowed. So I think that was my peak score before. Okay, looking at this. Second guessing myself, but yeah, I think 253. Okay, so that was here-ish. Maybe go a little lower if we can. Double check the 253 still exists. Double check that I can place houses underneath this. I cannot. So it actually needs to be more like this if I'm doing this placement. Which it kind of seems like I should. Like, these are good buildings. It gets me up onto this plateau. It's not large enough for a big building because I'm so clipped in over here, but maybe I can just wipe my tears with my 30-point houses. Once I have more houses down here, and the Wisp will be like 40-point houses too. And I've got 26 of them. So that's pretty good. That said, I still need 135 points. So let me double check everything again before I lock in this placement. Oh, I'm seeing a 38. I'm not seeing that 58 I had before. I think I'm just a little bit over. So it actually needs to be like there. And then I can still slide buildings underneath, but it's close. You see they are clipping. And still got that 53. All right. Cool. Just barely, but it is there. All right. Not a ton of stuff here I'm thrilled to place. Might be back to walls. Might be second hermitage. Green? Dang. I mean, I could just take the really good hermitage and just kind of assume I'm not getting a blossom, and if I do, it's bad for me. Could just place the fortune teller. That doesn't feel great. I think I have a lot more score potential still, but maybe not. Maybe I'm not going to bank up many more buildings. It took so long. I had to place all these mansions, and maybe I'm more committed to raising the score of buildings like temples, mountain shrines. It's like a reliable scoring source, but it's not like it's worth a whole ton. I mean, I'm going to get 200 points from it here. And that's only going to go up. I mean, even if let's say that I place the temple and get 2 rounds of unlocks, that's 10 buildings. That's a 30-point boost, right? Versus if I am wrong about the hermitage, if I get blossom and I blossom all these trees, there's, this is going to be really impossible to count, more than 20 trees, and each one of them is 3-point boost if they get blossomed. It's kind of like how high variance of play do I want to try and predict? Do I want to try and figure out some super unlikely string of events, or just assume maybe I wait one more time? Or I just need one mansion to uncork all these points, because that's going to be so much nicer to be able to like place here, or I guess I can't place here, which is really disappointing, but maybe I am done waiting on the mansions, or on the wisp situation. Maybe I want to start scoring these houses. It's a lot of points sitting on the table. I will be placing mini buildings, because 185 points, even if they're 30-point houses, 6 of them just barely gets me there. Lots to think about. Probably losing 32, maybe 40 points with the monument if I place now. Maybe that's my minimal impact. It's strange. I would not have expected that to be the building to place, but I can just kill like 1 or 2 trees, get almost 200 points, walk away, refuse to elaborate. I guess if I high roll boons but low roll parks, monument is the play. Is it a worse play because it requires 2 things to go right? I don't think so. Or at least not by much. This could be fun later too, if I get another fountain. Let's just place the monument kinda just to make a decision. I'm not confident what the right play here is, but that's okay. And I can kill just 1 tree and get almost 200 points, which is pretty darn good. Yeah, I mean, if I then get like 5 parks, I'm gonna regret that, but yeah, I mean 5 parks in 1 building pack. 5 parks over the whole rest of the island. Maybe this is still the least losing play. Yeah, let's lock it in. Another city center and a wheat field. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, I still have a neighborly, so I can do all sorts of silly city center placements. We already ascertained the masons are not going to be good enough. I bet if I score multiplier a temple, I bet at this point I do get my next boon. Just my heart of hearts tells me that I'm far enough along that this is going to start ticking. Yep. I actually wish I'd seen what number of points I started at so I could try and mentally calculate if I can wait this out and get both boons, but that is just an unimaginable greed. And it also really looks like no, because it's going to be 200 points just to get like a quarter of this, yeah. Probably barely getting this boon even. I am getting it, but... yeah, nowhere near. Okay. These are unideal. Sustainable is a fun alternative to neighborly for things like the masons that I have to place. So that has some value. Shrink building is also pretty sick with like fitting my markets and circuses and such around this area. I think in these circumstances, these are actually pretty close together. I'm gonna take... I'm gonna take shrink building. And I wonder if I can shrink this in here. Part of the reason that I'm taking shrink building is that I think it protects me against like bad case fail situations way better. Like I think having 3 shrinks is going to allow me to find paths through that did not previously exist. Potentially figure out. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential value in this. It kind of just insulates me against bad outcomes. Okay, so do I want this? Are these any good? These are not good. Mansions would be, but I'm never going to get another mansion again in my entire life, so don't even think about it. I could place another city center over here. It might be... I was going to say it might be too far away to get tagged by the temple, but I could put it up here on this higher platform. Could be like here, because I can't go... well, that's like just a little bit out of alignment. I wonder if it'll clip when it jumps. I don't know if that sentence made sense, but it's going to auto-lock to the side of this building. It did! Okay, so it clipped just straight into that. No respect for the platform. I mean, if my temple likes this, I would run with it. Yeah, temple can touch it. Okay. And that's much closer to this platform, so I guess let's do that. That's fascinating. That's good. Powerful. The field is an easy next choice. I have a 40 is going to be my best. Yeah. I'm not fitting 2 back here, unfortunately, so it's my last really good field. But still, 40-point field. Give it up for the fields. Then... some pretty good scores in here just for... because it's touching green stuff. Slightly better than over here, and the brown water platform does not introduce a lot of value over here. Alternately, I could hold it and then build some like a market on it, but I mean, even if I'm falling to taking a 30-point market, I'm just not that concerned with it. Like, ideally I'll find some wall platforms or maybe shrink to do something better with these. But 30 is just not thrilling to me, and I'll probably get another wall platform, so let's just place this for score. I see a 28, 27. Hmm. 28 that kills a fish is okay. Oh, 29. We love that. I'll take that. And then just one of these, just to move us on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, still no mansion. Another warehouse is kind of fun. I can't do this, obviously, because temple, but I now wonder if with this much progress, my temple will hit a boon. Because once I get this final boon, I'll know for sure that these aren't going to bloom. And then I have a lot more points in some of these big buildings that I can just go ahead and cash in. I don't want to place it and have to sit there and wait, but that probably is the play, even though I am uncertain. I guess this was like 200 points last time, so 400 points, I probably need to wait until I'm about at the middle here, which means we need a ton more points. This is not green, so I don't care as much. 28, and maybe in the future nah, this is better just without any resources committed to it. Okay, don't want to do that. Don't want to do any of this, really. Wall platform here could be cool, but I'm not there. Don't love the lowest score is 25. Bunch of weird underpointed options here for the warehouse. Could pyre. If I don't get another pyre, this is a disaster. And I could just go ahead and do the whatever the sparkle power one is called. Privileged? Precious? Precious. I could go ahead and do precious, but every single building that I place makes precious 1 point better. So that's 30, you know. You know, I was literally about to make the opposite point, but realistically, what am I placing? Like 60 more buildings around here? So Precious gets 60 points better if I hold it until the very end of the island. That is currently worth it, but might not be worth it forever. How am I going to get all these points if I don't place a big building, though? Now I have 3 circuses? I don't want that. I just need a few more points so I can feel confident about my last boon. I mean, I really should just place the temple now and let the points trickle in and see where I am, but I really don't want to be wrong and have to watch that whole animation for nothing. So, even though it is like strictly less tactical, strictly worse, I think I am going to place a couple more buildings just to reduce the chance that I have to sit through the animation for nothing. And if there was only a way to touch the temple, but I think this is fine, and then boosts this warehouse, which I'm comfortable placing a 39 that kills a tree. At some point I'm just gonna one tower it. I can't tavern yet, I haven't placed my dang houses. I am not allowed to place any building I'm holding by my own self-enforced metrics. Wall. Let's figure out one wall and then try the temple trick. So again, I don't want wisp, but maybe I just place a short wall right here. Like, I'm missing one mansion I could tag, but I then get to cram another short wall in here, and it is 34 points right now. Maybe I don't get to cram another short wall in here, though. Maybe I've placed these buildings in such close proximity that I'm not going to be able to link through them. I mean, I sure have filled this space. Okay, so maybe I need to count on a long wall since I'm kind of going the long way around to continue this. Maybe I place the wall up here and just count on no second terrace, or if I do get second terrace, I just block it, and that doesn't kill my run or anything. It just means I have a less than ideal terrace, or... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't undo that, but I had the... Oh, I took shrink, not sustainable. Okay. I almost thought I flubbed that, but no, I do not have sustainable. Okay. 28 is just so aggressively mid. 31 is much the same, but it is marginally higher. Okay, now let's try a score-boosted temple. And see if this gets me my next boon. $420. Okay. Okay. It's going to be close. I once again did not do any sort of math or metric checking to examine if this was going to work. But if I'm like 5 points short... No, yeah, okay. This is going to open up a lot, because this tells me every boon that I'm getting on this island. Okay, so... which of these do I want? I don't think I want to reroll. I think I want to save all 4 rerolls to try and get another back-to-back ley line. I think it's just so many boons that I need to place a high emphasis value on that. So what is sustainable actually going to benefit? Not the temple, because I'm doing a score boost there. Not the mountain shrine, because I'm doing a score boost there. A lot of this stuff doesn't care about harvesting buildings. I'm sure I will get more harvesting buildings, but I'm also only drawing 4 per time. So sustainable's not great right now. Verdure is just like, it's a little late in the game for Verdure. It's 2 buildings, and which is, 6 points on the fortune teller, not a ton of impact. And they're going to be worth like 15 each, so it's 36 points. It's almost worth a reroll, because if I reroll and hit Blossom, that's like probably 500 points or something. It's a huge swing. Man, this is such a risky reroll though, because I've seen in the past that it is pretty difficult to reroll for these ley lines. I guess I'll just take what I got here. I'll take as good as things are. I'll take the Verdure. Maybe I can place fish or something and get more value that way. These are both at this stage of the island, just kind of low impact. Okay, so have I fully blocked out my ability to verdure over here? I mean, that makes, what, 3 trees for 7 points? That feels like a loss to me. Feels like a mistake. Placing over here, I can get a pretty good score, and then the similarly good up here. Both my mountain shrines could detect some of that stuff, because I'm going to place them both up here, and they're not going to detect each other, because this area is so large that I can get far enough apart. But I do want them both to detect these trees, if I do make trees. So maybe if I'm placing up here, it's probably going to be like here and here or something. So this side doesn't look as auspicious. Maybe down in here, but there are some flowers. But over here, maybe. So I place like here and here or something. This area might get double counted, so let's just find a 15. Obviously that should be a much smarter 15. I even knew it as I was placing it. I was like, you gotta think about the flowers, and then just kind of didn't. And it's okay if some of this ends up on the mountain peak. I saw a 14. Bring it back. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I got some extra points out of that. Speaking of, is it time to just slam the mountain shrine? Or I probably do hermitages first. So let's go hermitage. I'm going to go hermitage into mountain shrine into mountain shrine. Maybe placing some other small stuff I get on the way. And then into... God, I just need one more mansion. Nope. I did get a wall platform, though, which is really good. The wall platform might even change my wisp math. Now that I can do something like this, and then it's in a fountain, so I can just immediately go into houses, and I don't have to mess around anymore. This little spot here is so useless. Maybe the opposite version of this building will fit, but it ain't pretty. I would love to place this somewhere a little bit closer in, so I can score the ley line, but I'm already getting kind of squeezed up in here. Yeah, so maybe this was a mistake actually, just because it blocks. Well, actually, I don't know if any of these are placeable now that I look at them. This, however, okay, so I'm going to tag the ley line once by placing here. That's not worth very much. And yeah, this is worse. Okay. It's probably a little bit better for getting those city centers, but everything else is worse. That's a hard equation. Now that ground is flat enough that I can build up in here. And I'm far enough over/up that it is difficult to tag both of those, but possible. Don't have to do it yet, so let's take a couple of these cool 40s first. Truly a hilarious glut of city centers on this island. You love to see it, but it is a lot of very compressed city centrage. A mansion? For me? It's like not even a good building. Like I'd be better off just putting it here. I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh, I didn't even think this through. Dang, because this is going to be unplaceable. I can only use the first 2 spaces. Maybe I do something like this, or some huts or something, or a tower, but yeah, okay, I can probably find something useful to do there. Okay, so I guess I don't even do this. I guess I just catapult into the houses up here. I did get another pyre too, really penalizing me for not taking precious there. That's fine though. Good to know. Good to know. And that's also just random variance. I could have gotten unlucky. I've had islands where I finished with like 2 or 3 pyres total, so. But I'm only getting 4 buildings. So I guess it's next hermitage time, which does require... Oh, no! Wait, undo. No, no, and I can't undo it. Oh. I mean, that's just on me. I just clicked the wrong thing. Dang. That's really unfortunate. I don't know what I would have successfully copied, but it would have been worth a lot more than a mansion, I'll tell you that. Oh. Spirit breaking. All right. $214. And I'm gonna double check this doesn't fit without shrinking. I'm pretty darn sure it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Shrink building. 214. 215. Love to see it. So I just placed one building, and now I will get 4, which is good for Fortune Teller. Fortune Teller stonks going up. Okay, that's my first park that I've gotten, so that's a slight punishment on these, just mostly on the monument. Depending if I'm able to tag these hermitages with it. Because it's 5 points either one placed first. Yeah, maybe it's time to start killing trees, but first I need to do the mountain shrines. So, am I waiting on anything else for the mountain shrine? Meh, these scores are low enough. I don't think it's worth finding like a 1-point park or whatever. So, looks like I want to have one over here, which maybe I wait because there's more houses coming soon. So then the other one can go nestled up in here. It can go up here. 257, kind of out of the way. Or looks like it's pretty easy to tag a lot more of my city. I'm just also tanking some negatives when I do that. So there's probably like a 61. That really restricts where I can place the next one. Oh, no, it doesn't. Not along this whole edge. I think I still want a little more flexibility, though, because it's only, I'm talking about 4-point difference here. So let's take this 257, and then I have a lot of choice through here about where my second best one is. Or maybe by that point it'll even be a higher score. Speaking of higher scores, should this be a score multiplier situation? Do I think I'm getting better than maybe this 260, 257? This one's already 230, but I only have 30 houses to place. Let's just take the points now. Make very sure I click the right boon. Okay, so there's a 411, 417 that's a little more out. 419, that still gives me a lot of versatility along this edge. Yeah, let's take that. It's a good score. Glad I remembered to score multiplier that. It would not have been backbreaking, but precious score shrink. A third mansion, wow. Really lucky I copied that first one. Boneheaded misplay. Probably cost me maybe 150, 200 points. Quite a bit. So maybe I just place this for score on itself. Like I don't worry about what other buildings might think. Maybe I place it up here, create a little bit more value around it. it's not... I mean, 35 is pretty good too. I think this is so much better on any fissures that I get that I'm inclined towards a 38. And I don't feel inclined towards like spending a wall platform to get something better, so. And then a 71 point harbor. I think it's probably just worth taking the negative 14. 69, obviously lower, so not by much, but however I made this work before, we can find it. It existed. Okay. So, yeah, let's do that. And then a perfect score here is 42. I'm trying to get as close to 42 as possible. 21, 31, 34, 37. 37's pretty darn close to 42. Yeah, why not? Seems good enough to me. I guess I should be considering my fortune teller more. I kind of just started placing buildings, but I can at least unlock my next draw now that I'm this committed. Although, based on these scores, looks like I was wrong. Looks like it would have been better to... Oh, yes. There's one more double tag placement. Good to see. Pretty soon I'll need to decide what is happening here. If I want to take like a 22 or... See, this would be a sick sustainable. Something I hadn't really considered, but like this would be a 70-something pointer. Yeah, like 72 roughly. 38's pretty good still, though. Okay. 3 buildings. Pretty good ones, overall. Now... I don't think it's worth mountain shrining yet for Fortune Teller. It's definitely not worth templing yet. I could double Pyre. It feels like a big commit. I think maybe now I just place Fortune Teller. Maybe we're at that point. And I don't remember if temples care. Yeah, temples hate. Hate fortune telling. The future is no business of mine. So, some fun placements like this that get me 4 points on that statue, which has value. 228's also looking pretty good for my score. And it doesn't steal Wisp, which is good. Because fountains don't care to steal back. I can't believe I duplicated a mansion. That's so silly. Silly and unfortunate. I bet at some future stage that will be patched out. Probably in the same time they patch out the getting boons early tech. So, yeah, I mean, 228 is... I don't want to give up more valuable spots. And this does score the Sacred Stones, which I value. And now I can just place whatever I want. Now I don't have to save buildings as draconically. Hoarding them like a dragon was my intended implication. Okay, so I guess let's just get into houses. Let's start figuring this house situation out. So I want to go right, come on, 1 pixel. There, to get a few of these good houses enabled. And then I would be pleased with a 38. Not that it's like an incredible score by itself, but it also critically moves Wisp. And then how am I guess if I'm going to be building up here, maybe this is all going to be mansions, so I need to just not worry about Wisp, because it's going to be too much work to Wisp into mansions over here and then back into a fountain over here. Like, these fountains are getting pretty choked up. I'd rather this just be on my parks. I think that logic holds. So I'm not going to worry about the mansions over here. They'll get placed in the future. Just going to think about houses for right now. So let's do some first in, last out, sort of fill this space in without getting Wisp trapped. I'm creating a very... Is that really not placeable? Why on earth isn't this too wide and placeable? And I can't undo this now. I thought for sure I had lined stuff up correctly, but... I mean, I guess the fortune teller is what's blocking it? Or maybe I just didn't place these... Like, this is just too wide of a spot. Yeah, I mean, it's very clearly not in the middle. I guess I just completely messed up this placement and then placed the second building too quickly, so I didn't get a chance to revert it. That's on me. Oh well, a tower or something will go there. Yeah, I don't love these shapes I'm getting already. Typical house complaint, but... Okay. So... You gonna work with me here? Anything? No? Alright. Yeah, because this just has too much wiggle. It's really unfortunate. Ah, well. I mean, I say it's really unfortunate. It probably just doesn't matter, but... knowing that I have that shape coming next, do I need to play... You know what? I'm just gonna place that, and then place this bad house, this big house, somewhere else. Just not have to think about it as much. So I am perpetually flummoxed by this Tetris shape house. It is my enemy. This placement does look pretty good, though. It utilizes a lot of that space. Ooh, good, back to back. That's what I needed. I'm torn because I think this leaves space for a small house here at the top, so. That being said, I am placing a lot of houses without Wisp, which is not what they're for. But I need one more L, or perhaps two, if I get lucky. Should have placed this all the way locked up there. I wonder if I did and then it jumped. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't see an easy way around this based on how I chose to fill this area, which is on me. I could have done differently for sure. Okay, I really need some L's. I am taking the L by not getting the L, so to speak. I'll take any sized L in any direction, but my last 4 houses have not been that. Okay. Is that even good? I don't know about that placeability, which scares me. Meh, okay. So ideally I can do a small one and then one of these. Or L the other direction. Yeah, there's a few ways I can make that work. I kind of gotta, play the hand I'm dealt in terms of house shapes. And I'm actually just gonna fully commit to running away from these platforms now. This one I kind of made a mess of, honestly, but I did get points out of it. I mean, I placed what I could. I placed what I had. Great. More mansions to rub in my shame. Hopefully that... Yeah, I was hoping that would jump into alignment. Cool. I'd love to be able to put this up here. I blocked all my spaces here. Can't build there. This is okay for the future, but not right now. I was pondering if this was going to be a circus spot. So maybe at this point I take the circus, because then I have the small house that I like to continue along. I also only have 17 houses, or I have 17 left, but like these 3 will not hold 17 houses. They'll hold like 12, maybe 14. So I have a few spares, that's what I'm getting at. Immediately getting the bad shape, iconic. 19 is probably too far away for my circus now. Where's my circus? Yeah, okay, so I can't go that far away. I'm just kind of unimpressed by most of these placements, though. Okay, now that I have 15, I feel a little better about this. I can do... this. Bad shape evil. It's kind of funny, but probably the play. Back to back, too. Hate to see it. I was kind of hoping that would jump into block. I wonder if I place a different shape first, if I can then get the second one to jump into lock. If I place this, and then like try and go, is that all the way? No. Is that gonna jump into place? Once I place it, I can't undo it, so I can't undo this. So I'm pondering first. It does appear to be properly spaced. Maybe I could go a little bit tighter in, but not a ton. Yeah, okay, so that's now properly spaced. If I need to just do this or whatever, I can, but let's see if this jumps. Looks like it did not. Yeah, it did not clip over there. It's a little too far off, probably. Okay, well... Yeah, that's just never gonna fit. But I need this shape exactly to go right here. So we'll take a 46-point house. Holding these houses all this time is finally paying off. And I could do this as my final shape down there, or if I get this L and this L, I could fit 2 more, and I have 11 houses. These Tetris shapes are not working out for me. Another wall platform, however, does work out for me. Wow, that's really good. Okay. I mean, I'm creating this gap here, but that's already not a full building space, I guess. I think it isn't. I think I can't clip this all the way forward. No. All right. And another of this shape. It really feels like I'm being punished for my hubris at this point. So I feel like I need to do this side first. Let's see what the next building is. Of course, predictably. I don't know why I thought it could be any other shape. I mean, maybe all of these have been bad. Maybe I should have placed this first or something, but I don't know about that. I think I need this one for a market, honestly. Maybe that still means it goes right there. Nah, over here is significantly better right off the cuff. So I'm really being foiled by these shapes. And both of these spots are neutral. I guess actually, no, it is the same shape. Okay. I was going to say I'm equally likely to get either shape, but I guess I only need one of them. And then this leaves 2 space right there. Lots of wasted space here. I probably could have been more like thoughtful and clever in how I was laying these buildings out. I don't know though. Because this shape really does just not interlock with anything else cleanly. It's just a difficult shape to utilize. So on one hand, absolutely could have played smarter to utilize that shape more easily. On the other hand, I was doing my best with what I had. Now I'm nervous I won't be able to pull Wisp back. I probably should have played this one first, just for Wisp movement. Dang. Well, alternately, there's a little bit of air down here still. Once I jump Wisp down there, though, what am I doing? Should have played this one earlier as well. See, I'm trying to play quickly because I got stuff to do tonight, but I think there is considerable value in how slow I play, because when you do carefully consider everything, you end up making more careful considerations, which leads to higher point values. Because like that's not placeable. I think a lot of this space got taken up weirdly in a way that I'm not upset by, because you just have to place weird buildings into this weird little, like, the plateau clipping into the wall, and then like this rock not being normally shaped, and lots of stuff like that. But okay, I will need to recapture that Wisp. Although now that I only have 5 houses, it's only 25 points, so it's not as big of a deal. Up here is actually bad for houses. Am I done with houses around here? One house. Yeah, they're playing the music. They're playing me off, There's just no way getting down here is going to be worth more than all of this incredible score. This isn't green, so that doesn't matter. Okay. Still, 34 and 36 point fields. Wheat field has officially become a good building. Never thought I'd see the day. I mean, this just feels good. These are just good scores. Maybe I can convince this to be placeable. Doesn't seem like it. I'm kind of confused why this clipping works at all. But I guess it's just, you know, trying to let me place my building. Does not jump forward when placed. That's what I was just checking. But I did see I have a small L up next, which is good. Maybe that can be convinced. Very much no. Yeah, I mean, it'll still be a good score in any of these spots, so I'm not too heartbroken about it, but knowing that I'm getting 2, do I want to change anything? I wonder if that'll work as back-to-backs, if I can now place this one. Probably not, because it's clipped. I'm actually, like, worried about my next mansion shape, and, like, how am I gonna get 3 mansions utilized up here? It's like by using this small shape, I'm almost like wasting space, because it's already not gonna fit 3 no matter how I do it. Did that jump into alignment? I think so. Okay, so I can fit 3 if they're all the small shape and if they're just tiled across the top here. So I guess I'll leave that spot for my next small mansion. Should have placed this one there first, I suppose, but then this spot might not have been placeable, since this spot's the pickier one. Oh, those were all bad. Man, I'm missing basic stuff. I don't know, I'm not tired or anything, I don't know where these mistakes are coming from. But yeah, that was 6 points on each of these that I missed out on. Dang. I got so eager to place my mansions that I didn't think through the wall platform. Okay. Well, the next mansion maybe lets me make up for my previous crimes. Now, I have like some 14s and so on under there. This needs to be for a market, a shrunken market. Do mansions score on the market? I think they do, right? Yeah. So maybe I can jump Wisp into the market over here and then move back into a mansion and then into a wall, and that'll give me pretty good Wisp continuation. I was trying to think what to do with Wisp next. Another wall platform in this area would go hard. Maybe I play for that. Maybe I hold houses and mansions for a little bit. This is pretty good. There's probably going to be mini placements like that coming up that are just kind of simply and obviously good. Like, I don't really need to discuss them a ton, so I don't mean to just go quiet while I'm playing, but a fair amount of these buildings, it's not like it's like a forced placement, but there is a clearly good option, and so I will simply take that. Scoring the rocks still. Lots of options. Only 2 taverns this whole time. I think I want to not worry as much about Wisp in this moment. I think getting another wall platform is a lot to hope for. It's not like it's impossible, but maybe just for right now I won't be as Wisp concerned. Is this even good house spot? No, it's mediocre. It's not terrible, but I don't need to leave it for houses, certainly. So do I want a 25? $25 that my markets are going to tag, importantly. This will be a shrunken market. Oh, I guess on that point, I could shrink a house here or here. There's a few good shrink houses. It is like kind of a low impact building to use it on, but if it gets me 30 points out of Wisp or whatever, that matters. That's not low impact. See, I have many options, but none of them are like thrilling. Probably just Mountain Shrine. I know I'm missing out on a few points from houses, mansions, possibly a shaman, but not a ton. So I have a 243, 248. Love to see it. That's right before the negative 50 too. And seems like, yeah, the 248 is clearly the highest score in this orientation. Let's try tilt it a little, but yeah. .248 is fine by me. Oh, I did snag Wisp there. Yep. Can I really avoid that? Do I really care? I would need to get Wisp into like a wall. I mean, maybe at this point, I have so few buildings left. I'm drawing so few. I'm fighting over like 30 points from Wisp, probably. Because I don't want to take bad placements just to justify Wisp. It's not worth that much. So do I want to shrink a house and then place my next... What shape do I have after this? Okay, also square. Great. Lots to think about. Let's do some parks. So I need to leave this space for that fountain I was just checking. But maybe I just kill a bunch of trees now? Maybe we're at that stage. 21, and then... Surely this is placeable. Yeah. Okay, that's a 30. 30 is good. 30 is probably the best. I haven't seen anything. Maybe some 32s over here in like a perfect spot, but yeah, I think 30 is my best placeable score. And now I've drawn so close that, well, I guess I may as well. I'm gonna place this soon anyway, and maybe one more line park will go over there, but then the line park will score off the fountain. Oh wait, it's actually, isn't it 4 points? Yeah, huh, so I should have done the fountain first anyway. I'm making weird sequencing errors and stuff like that right now, today. It is at the end of a workday, so I will be lenient on myself this time. But if I mess this up again... Okay, so I probably want my precious pyre. Let's figure that out. So then I can place my other one. So 258, 309, 260, 260, 280. Okay, so it's going to be somewhere over here to tag all those trees. That's where all the real monies are coming from. This pyre in the foreground does not seem to be detecting where I would expect. You have to be fully encompassing it before it tags. Okay, so if I am going over here, I will tag this one. So let's take that. Let's take this 101, and then why is it not detect? I mean, it does here, but I mean, 101 is good, but I'm gonna maybe cheat this forward a little, miss out on 4 points in order to make this easier to do. It is so strange. It only detects me right here. Like, here really feels like it should, but it does not seem to be. Yeah, like that's just clearly fully inside, and the pyres are not detecting each other. Weird. I have not encountered detection issues before. Alright, well, we'll kind of assume that'll work out, and I got a pretty good score right here. So, holding Precious is probably worth like 20 or 30 points. It's the same as what I'm pondering over all this Wisp shenanigans. Like shrinking a building to jump Wisp up here, to jump Wisp over here, to play through a couple other things. I don't know. Doesn't feel effectual anymore. The more I ponder it, the less I like it. Okay, so if mountain shrines don't score towers, which they don't, then let's just put Wisp in a tower. I mean, the tower is missing. Maybe 10 points from stuff. God. It is hard to know what the correct play is. not even close to being penalized here. That's good. Unfortunately, this is not close to detecting it either. It's like almost better to just, you know, take a 5 point here and then get it twice. It's the same score, literally. I am not at all certain what the path forward is. And looking at my options here, I guess let's try this wall wrap that we were resistant to for wisp reasons earlier. And do I have to go around? This is the problem with how compact my cities tend to be, that I just like can't make a lot of these walls work. I'm utilizing the space too efficiently. I smoke too hard, I roll too cool, they're gonna kill me. It's a meme. I mean, I'm not loving these numbers. There has to be something weird up here, right? Just some incomprehensible diagonal wall, please. That's all I need. Okay. The fact that that doesn't grab Wisp is heartbreaking. Yeah, just placing these two in the wrong order had a significant score impact, much more than I would have expected. I hate to use a shrink on this, especially when I have like multiple mansions or multiple circuses still to place, that a shrink might be able to get me a decent score out of at least one of these. Looks like no, actually. It's impossible. You can't get score out of mansions. Or out of circuses, pardon. So many options, none that I like. It's kind of a water everywhere problem. I got 27. Hope for a wall platform for a 50 something. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna need to place these square houses at some point. I don't know how they're gonna get much better in the future, so let me just work through them now. That doesn't fit, right? Okay. Take that secret 20, and then the 14, and then I do have kind of an L shape, which which surely will fit at one single spot on one single orientation along this cliff edge. Sure would be cool if you did. Perhaps not. Well, in that case, I can't really place down here. I filled that area up. I left spot for a small house there, gotta remember that. Yeah, a lot of this space is just already fully utilized. Oh, there it is. That's what we were looking for. Now, is this placeable? No, but that's okay. It wasn't something I was committed to. Just an opportunity. Take this 19 that blocks my potential warehouse placement up here. I mean, we already found a warehouse that was just as good, right? Now I'm kind of wondering if I'm high enough up that I can avoid it, but seems like no. One mansion. Spoils to the victor. Bunch of bad houses. We'll take 18 as a fine house. It's fine. Still really think there should be something evil and placeable up here. Yeah. Now I won't take Wisp. I'm not score multiplying, I'm not preciousing. This is just whatever the point value says. I actually don't need to place that wall also. Let's do good sequencing, even if it's probably not going to matter. Let me get back in the habit of doing things right. This is going to be 5 points lower than I saw previous because I'm not scoring Wisp. But that should still be, what, 245, right? Or was it 235? Maybe I was just getting 240 previously. I mean, you know, 240 is a pretty good score. I'm okay just taking 240 if that's what I find. I absolutely refuse to accept that 237 though, because I've seen the 40. It's like right here. Ta-da! Mountain Shrine is a very good building, that's for sure. High scoring. Whew. Can't do it yet, but it'll be good. At an unspecified time in the future, that will be high scoring. So, I guess let's think and talk about this wall. So I'm missing out on 8 points by not being able to detect this market with the wall. And it's also a 6-point penalty because I have to place the market in a less ideal spot. Oh, it might block my temple. I'm gonna really hope that was the wall blocking me. Okay, cool. I had a moment of terror where I was like, what if this house is blocking it or something? I don't know why it would, but what if? Okay, so I, just on that merit, can't justify placing. I could do this. Or I could do this, bring Wisp in a different direction. Maybe a preferable direction. I think this is a more, there are more opportunities this way. Yeah, I mean, like a 36, a 33 that makes the end of the wall much more reachable also seems nice. Or best of both worlds. Then there has to be something fun through here. Not yet, but I'll find it. I mean, you would think, right? It's kind of weird about what doesn't count as forming a gate. Well, at this point, what am I holding temple for? I guess a tower would be good. In this case, it does take Wisp, which might be okay. I'm trying to think where these last mansions will go, but that just might not be my primary concern. Just gonna do something lower impact. I'm not ready to commit to the big plays at this time. I'm almost out of time to wait, so I will need to be ready very shortly, but I can give myself maybe a few more placements or one more round of building unlocks. Okay, let's do the wall. It could only be like 10 points better if it peaked. And yep. Up to 4 sealed boons. Love to see it. I doubt I'm getting 5. We can try, but I doubt it. Now, obviously I should do the higher up tower first, but I don't think, I mean, in this case it doesn't matter. They're going to detect each other, but if I'm going to place other towers out in the wild, I guess I'm placing this one second either way, so it kinda doesn't matter. Unless the other towers in the wild are high up. So am I doing, I have 5 towers. I can do one right here. That's probably worth. And is high enough still that I can avoid it in some spots. Like right there avoids it. That's pretty cool. I can also, it looked like, yeah, I can dodge this one too. These seem pretty good, yeah. So it's a 91 versus 106, but I missed the negative, which is a huge deal. 30-point deal, specifically. And I wonder if my last 2 towers are like here and here. It is a little unfortunate that this one doesn't get temple detected. It's 15 points plus 9, I guess. So it does take the wisp, but in return I get 24 points, which is another 12 points between islands. think I want to do it this way. Could just place it for score. I also do still have 4 mansions and 2 houses that'll need a home. And I have some decent spots to put them, but not incredible. I think at this point, let's just temple. Let's get it down. Without the range increase, it's not going to be getting much better than this. And once this is placed, we can start doing stuff like this, which is... well, I guess I should place it first. In my endless dedication to do things the right way. $500 points. 500 points is lovely. It's also very particular, it would seem like. Probably the absolute corner is reaching like 4 buildings over here. Okay, 500 I can accept. Not my most incredible temple, but certainly not my worst. And the rest of this can be wrapped up pretty quick. I don't have good spots for a lot of this, so... I guess my fish kite maybe could have been before the temple, but that's a lot of strategizing that I may not have the capacity for at the moment. So these both need to detect my warehouse. So for that to happen without a wall platform or something, it has to just be back here. I mean, it's like 40 points just to slap this down right here. So 45, and there's no way the fisher will be detected by this. So we'll just do that, and then we will start with the shrunken one. 176. Yep. And once that's down, maybe we can look at a wall in here, but... I guess on that merit, I know I just placed it, but I probably want to place it in a little bit worse spot for itself to create a much better wall. Yeah, like a 51 point wall is worth quite a bit. 51 points, more or less. That is a very silly, I don't know what I call it, a joke. Very silly comment. We'll see where we can go from here. 33 wall, though, is not bad. Okay, and then this is just going to go here, I suppose. Another mansion. Whew. Wow. If I could just go a little bit inland, it could be worth almost 60 points with all the minuses. Even without, it's still... looks like 31? Or... there's a 32 out there. Yeah, nothing else is gonna come close to that. Alright, 32 it is. Interesting. So at this point, I'm just placing for high score. Obviously, I'm not trying to do any future proofing or setting myself up for success or whatever. Nope, just got to place it right now. Maybe able to find like a 30 out here. Just over here we were looking at similar 35, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. And then if I need to do a 16-point house, that's not shameful. $27 is the score to beat. All right, 27 it is. Just gotta find it again. It was somewhere over here. Some pretty good mansions. This is always kind of a fun stage of the island when you're just like, I no longer need to worry about future-proofing every single placement, every single area, and I can just place whatever the big number tells me to. Since you're getting so few buildings, there's significant diminishing returns in what you're actually planning for, you know. 9 isn't great, though. I would love to be able to get a higher score than a 9. Even if it is an ugly 10. So at some point I do have this other little gap in there, which is probably going to be placeable. $16 is okay. And then I guess I do the 12 on the opposite side. So I'm not holding this for a wall platform, so. If nothing else, it'll be good for the fish kite. Then 114. That just seems absurd. 102. Maybe I just take both of those. Those seem pretty good. Let's find that 114 again. Okay. I guess I do have a couple of houses to place. So let's place these first. That beautiful 16 that I created, and then there's a 13. Or I have to just take the upstairs 18. I guess I have a shrink. So maybe I shrink it and place it here to... No, that seems terrible. I do wonder if I can shrink it and place it in one of these weird little interior spots. So I don't... And I guess I probably could have shrank one of these circuses to some effect, but... He's just a little guy, come on. Let him place. Okay, 24. 24 is the new benchmark. That does seem like chancing a bit much to try and fit a second one in here, but would be cool. Can't really see what I'm doing, but if I see the number turn yellow, I click. Okay, so without that overlay, let me now look in here and see if I can visually see a good placement. Kind of seems like no. Doesn't seem like I have a lot of options here, so Let's just do that. And then a 118, is that what I saw? May not be placeable, but oh, yeah, there it was. All right. Into 89. Love to see that. Now, wall-wise, I see a 26, I see a 33. I would love to get Wisp, it doesn't seem possible. That isn't going to be placeable. This is way worse than 33, even this is. Okay, 33 is fine. Not a line park, cursed. It's like a 17 or 18 up here. Similar score here. Yeah, maybe an 18. None of this is going to be any good. Don't have any grass. Don't have any space left at all, really. Okay, so I have an 18 up there on the high ground. So far, that seems like the winner. Yeah, okay. And then kind of both last and least. Gotta find spots for all these weird random mansions. Aha! Yes! Love it. Can I connect these two ends together? Or is that flying too close to the sun? Okay. Understood. Well, there's still a 28. I remember pondering things like that 22. I might try and see if I can get one that tags the ley lines, because it'd be cool to get one more ley line out. I also kind of just tempted to hit the precious pyre now, but I guess it's not really going down in value. It's going to be really fun to play. It's my most valuable precious yet, so. Wall. Here we go. Oh, yeah, and I guess it's forming a gate based on that 20. Yeah, I guess right here there's a gate, approximately. Cool. Might be able to get another boon out of this. We will certainly try. Now, how am I going to evade all those negatives? Okay. 77, or do I just take the 74 up here, knowing that I'm going to place it and absorb the negative at some point? Hey, there we go. Alright, I got 5. I think there's actually an achievement for that, so if that doesn't proc at some point, I'll report that. But 81 on the low ground, classic low ground detection benefit, classic tower shenanigans. Like I start detecting the bad tower in the back when I go up, because towers mostly detect downward. And then Looks like before I get into the negatives over here, I can still get a 67. That's pretty good. And what about you, Final Mansion? What are you vibing? What's the play? Really don't want to just like slap it out here or something, but I also am not seeing placeable space by and large. I guess I just go out here. Like a 15 is perfectly respectable at this point. Then I think that 70 whatever that I saw is looking like or 60 something even. I had a pretty good score over here, I recall. Yeah, 67. 67 and it's placeable is valuable. If I could just get a 68, I would get more buildings. Well, it's happening either way, just maybe a little later now. Alright, so we have 125. It seems like that's just clearly going to be the highest score. This is where all my stuff is centered. I don't feel a need to hunt too much to make that work. One last shaman. Okay, I've seen a 27 that is placeable. And a different 27 that is placeable. 29. Oh, 31. Yeah. It's probably about as good as it gets. And now a precious pyre. So over here, not detecting either of these foreground pyres. What is happening with pyre detection? That's a little disappointing. Obviously, this island is significantly more complex than average. Man, imagine if I had an extra, I don't know, an extra pyre or something, an extra whatever I would have cloned, or duplicated, pardon. So, given that I'm just not able to detect these for whatever weird reason, it detects them fine over here. I don't love it. I don't like missing out on points that I so obviously should be getting, but... Okay. Okay, took a couple screenshots of this just to send to the devs. And I'll just take the best score that I can, which, you know, should be, we'll say 25 points higher, give or take, but that's not, you know, still much less of an impact than my earlier misclick. Looks like 291 is about as good as it gets. I wonder if I turn the boon off. Yeah, it still doesn't get them. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I truly can't explain that. I don't... Maybe the fish kite is blocking line of sight, but like, obviously from here it should have line of sight. And it is just those two later placed pyres. Okay, 1 second. Well, whatever arbitrary limit I've run up against, if nothing else, I can brag about it. And take a 293? Not going to get more out of this, but I'm going to get one more building. I wonder if there's any single building that would give me enough points. Maybe a mountain shrine? Okay, well, a park isn't going to do it. I'll tell you that. I'll give you that one for free. The park is going to be the last building I place. We have a 20... 25? I think I saw a 25 flash there for a second. Various 23s. Another different 25. 26. 27. There we go. All right, what a monster of an island this was. I came in with a strategy, and I held so many buildings for so long to most effectively utilize Wisp, which is now saved up here. I did really compact building in here with the wall platforms, with this single terrace, with these plateaus. I bargained a plateau, and ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total, I believe. Had some struggles there in the mid game, but honestly most of this was just smooth sailing. This was a very effective, powerful island. I got most of the boons I wanted, mostly at the correct time. I'm leaving with 5 sealed boons and 4 rerolls. So let's see, I go from 475. Well, okay, I'm gonna do some real quick glamour shots. Just of this absolutely massive city. Splitting the lumber was very effective on this island. And I actually did get a lot of value out of Shrink. I got more value than I was expecting, so that was a good boon choice. Certainly over, it's not called Naturalist, whatever the Sustainable, I think it's called. Yeah, good island. Looks pretty too. I mean, it looks like Kowloon Walled City, but it does look pretty. Okay. All right, let's see how many between round points we get from 475 and a half. Oh, that's a really pretty monument. I like that. Cool lighthouse too. Nice. I mean, I like all of them, but 475 and a half. Good nature interaction. To 523. Wow, got almost 50,000 points on the Between Island score. Whew, okay, so Desert Sacred Rocks, neither of these are ley lines, so I'm not doing them. Again, no ley lines. Again, no ley lines. Okay, now's the point that we maybe think about taking a choice, because this is 2 extra boons and Wisp, so it's like 3 extra boons. This is my favorite boon. It's worth less than this, and then I get to save a reroll. Alternately, I could reroll and then maybe end up with 2 really bad options. I don't know if it's possible to go leyline into leyline. I've never actually managed to do it. So I think on the premise that it's impossible, and if I reroll into 2 bad options, I'm really going to regret it, because this is still 3 boons. So I say that I do this, and maybe I don't spend the war chest. Maybe I save my sealed boons, try and get another reroll, and then try and get a ley line for my next island, and spend the boons there. I could also just spend them here if the island looks good, like if the shape is good. This is just such a risky reroll to click, you know? So I've had 6 or 8 shots at it this reroll session. I guess I've had 8, yeah. And I haven't seen a single one. So getting 2 more is not like drastically higher odds. I think you gotta go here. I'm that kind of guy. Oh, okay, cool. Big flat area, lots of trees. Just a massive pile of boots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then there's gonna be 2 more. Yeah, okay. Um, I mean, this. I'll ponder it. I'm not gonna play this island right now either way, but I'll ponder. And I hope that you enjoyed this high score playthrough of Islanders. Probably my best island yet. Islanders New Shores, that is. Now, I am continuing to pull further ahead of second place on the leaderboard, but we're also wrapping up the run. I don't have that many islands left, so I'm looking forward to see what my final score will be. Hope that you enjoyed watching. I hope this video was informative, and I will see you here next time. Bye, everybody.